話なんだ。理想だけ書き連ねていたノートの隅に眠る本のワンシーンだ。きっとあの星も泣いてるんだ。明日なんて来ないままでいて、その手を伸ばして誰かに届くように、本当に大切なものは目に見えないみたいなんだ。そうさ僕は夜を歌うよステラステラ、ありのまま考えないで、今宵音楽はきっとやまない。そうだ僕がずっとなりたかったのは愛から広いんじゃないさ。世界に行くヒーローだ。夢見がちなおとぎ話、おとぎ話、そうさ僕は夜を歌うよステラステラ、ありったけの輝って今宵音楽はずっとやまない。そうさ僕は愛を歌うよステラステラ、世界宇宙の真ん中で今宵音楽はきっとやまない。そうだ僕がずっとなりたかったのはだってシンデレラじゃないさ。迎えに行くおじさまだ。出会って僕は星だから。さあだ僕は星だった。ステラステラ、How much I wished for another, better, happier, brighter future. Here I am at the gate I stand, dear old times, I've made up my mind. How much you must have suffered my anger, vulgar, awkward, composure. Here we are at the faded land, I shall make the end. Oh, round and round we go, holding on to pain, driven by our egos, feelings untold, spinning our own versions of the past that you could never know. 'Cause I know I must be the reason why you have given up your smiles, and the hope inside your eyes have been stolen. I must be the reason why you must tell me bye.
Alright, hello, can you hear me everyone? So today we're trying something new, we're in a bit of a transition here, so I'm trying to figure out if everything's working alright. So right now, just for starting, it's just gonna be me on the screen. I'm waiting for people to connect, people to log in. There's a lot of fun stuff to talk about tonight. Also, I'm not sure, I might still be struggling with the connection of my stream, just like last time. Hopefully it will sort itself out eventually, but I'm trying to see if we get a proper signal and if this works alright. Hey Delfink, how you doing? Hello, Jose. I did see your message before, but I forgot. Well, I hadn't replied, but now, right now, I can pretty much directly reply to you on stream. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Let's wait a couple of minutes because we have a lot of things to talk about tonight. So I'm trying a new setup. This is the first time we're not actually working in the workshop. We're actually, well, in my computer, and we're going to be doing most of our stream from here. I'm mostly working on probably Maya, and we'll see what else comes around. I have a couple extra little things to show you, and I'm not sure. There's a fun surprise that I just realized might be happening in a short while. So yeah, I think this might be a fun stream if everything goes sort of according to plan. Well, it's not that there's really a big plan, it's just too many things are happening tonight, which are very exciting, and hopefully we can share that moment together. However, right now I just want to make sure, see if anyone else logs in, if we can get a couple more persons here, a couple extra people here before we get started into working on all our little extras for Evil. So for anyone who is new here and is not familiar with what we do, I've been working on an Evil Neuro puppet since pretty much the beginning of the year, since January. And I did finish it, sort of, and made a short animation for her birthday. However, that puppet, it looked pretty, but it was a little bit hard to animate. So I ended up having to rework a lot of it, and we've been live streaming all of the reworks we've been doing, mostly to her hair. But incredibly, it seems like we are done with all the fixes. So now that the fixes are done, I would like to move back into animation. However, I'm just, I need a couple of extra days, maybe a week or so, to set up a space to animate properly, to set up lights, all that sort of stuff, and that thing takes time, but I wouldn't like to just stop streaming and wait for you to log back on in a while, so I was planning how to make a couple of extra interesting enough streams in between our road towards animation, and what I came up with is mostly working here together, spending a little bit of time on the computer, and maybe showing you what I do on the computer for all of the different animations. So what I think we could be doing this next couple of sessions is actually work on some models, maybe making some 3D models for extra props or accessories for her, things that I can 3D print and either use with her as an extra prop or maybe as a set piece. I have to be very careful with which options I end up picking, because working in one prop can end up taking a lot of time, and I wouldn't like to spend too much time working on the prop. So I'm gonna be very selective on which ones we end up actually using. And I'm gonna be, by the way, is the sound okay? I haven't even asked, but I've been talking for a while and I'm not sure if the sound is working all right, if you can hear me, if the music is all right, if it's not too loud. But yeah, just let me know if anything goes weird. I'm just gonna keep talking in the meantime. So yeah, I have to be very precise to choose what am I gonna use, what am I gonna build, because everything takes time, and yeah, I wouldn't like to spend too much time working on props. I just want to take advantage of the time we have in the gap that I have before I get everything set and ready for actually animating, because I have to set up lights, I have to choose whatever space I'm going to use for my set, all that stuff. It's a little bit of a hassle, and yeah, it takes a little bit of time, but in the meantime we can have some fun. So yeah. Alright, so what I've been doing lately and what we've been working on, there's a lot of things that could or could not happen tonight. I'm just waiting to see if someone else connects. I mean, from our usual users, I know they'll think, I'm not sure if maybe someone else of our very frequent commenters is around. Oh, something of our little surprise is already starting. Alright, so I might just mention this and just get on with it, even if other people manage to get in here or not. All right, so remember I talked to you about a film I worked on. There's a film that I've worked on, a feature film that just came out. Well, didn't fully come out. It's been releasing on festivals. And tonight is the closing ceremony of the festival itself. So maybe, just maybe, the movie could end up getting an award tonight. And I'm very excited. And if we actually manage to get, this will be the first award for a movie in which I worked on, and if I manage to end up sharing this live, that would be a really great experience, I think. But yeah, so I have the stream of the event itself just here in a separate window, and I'm just looking at it in on a separate screen and being just just looking at it, and hopefully I'll be able to catch whenever the animation category starts to pop up, and then I'm gonna maybe put it on screen and we can just talk and get hype and scream and all that stuff. But yeah, so the event is barely starting. I see some commenters just talking in the stream, but oh no, it seems like it was just sort of a promotion. It went back to the sponsors. All right. But yeah, I have this in a separate screen, so I can... Oh, thank you, Jose. Yes, I'm very excited for this. The movie's called Franque... Oh, they changed the name. What's the name now? Yo Soy Frankelda, or Soy Frankelda. It's a Mexican film, and it's about a ghost writer who is actually a ghost, like a spirit ghost writer, not only a writer who writes stories that she doesn't get credit for. And yeah, the movie finally made it to its first festival, and tonight is the award ceremony of that festival. So I'm really hopeful. I'm really crossing my fingers, but yes, probably the ceremony it's gonna take time. There's a lot of things that they're gonna be talking about, and I would like to make a full stream of just seeing the ceremony and not doing anything else. So yeah, I think it's better if I just have it here on my side screen, and I'll let you know once things start to get exciting. And other than that, well, we could just in the meantime, keep on working in other stuff. It's been a really crazy week for me. I have also an extra couple of things to show you, but I think I'll wait for that a little bit longer. But alright, I guess that after all that, we could start to talk about what we could be doing tonight. Alright, so let's see. Let me move. This is my first time actually streaming on a computer. I usually do this on my desk, and I'm actually working with materials and crafting with my hands, and feel like, even though that sounds more complicated, at least for me it's not as complicated, and I'm a little bit scared of actually using the screen capture of my OBS, because I don't know, I feel like at any moment I might be doxing myself and getting into trouble or something. So yeah, please be mindful. I'm a little bit scared of everything, but let's get into this then. Alright, so let me see. Alright, so hello, is this alright? Sound okay? It seems like it's okay. You can tell me if anything goes wrong. But yeah, so here is our little window of Maya. If anyone has ever worked with Maya, this is just one of the staples of 3D software for film animation. I know Blender has been growing a lot in the last years. However, yeah, I learned stuff in Maya, so I'm sort of stuck with it until I start to actually learn Blender. But yeah, I've been using it for a while, and I feel like it works alright for me. So what I wanted to do tonight, in the meantime, while we were waiting for the bigger news and whatever thing is going, or whatever, anything else that's going on, the first thing I wanted to work on, well, I'm open to suggestions of things that we could be working on tonight and the next couple of streams, but the first prop, or it's not really a prop, it's more of a clothing piece. Oh, wait, we've got... No, it's still an ad, but it's starting, and they have some snippets of the animation on screen. Yeah, there it is. Oh, can you see it? I worked on that. Yeah. Okay, now it's changed to other stuff. But yeah, You ever see a blue girl over here? I worked in that movie, but I'm not sure what's going on in the stream. I'll try and catch it and show you once it gets back. But all right. So the first thing I wanna show you, or well, the first thing I think we really need to work on, so many tabs I need to, is I think it would be nice to actually make the new design of Evil Neuro ever since her ever since her birthday. She now has this little sorry, I can't get a proper image. She has the little skulls on top of her bows. Probably have all seen them, but I want to get a little reference. My screen goes all crazy whenever I start moving windows around, but oh, and I lost my window. So can you see this, guys? This little, they're sort of cat skulls, and I think they're part of her new design, and I think they're here to stay. Oh, please ignore my perfect wallpaper. But well, so yeah, I think this is a great starting point. We can work with this, but yeah, we can get started on these. I think these are a really great place to start because they're simple enough, and it's not that hard to, I feel like they're not that hard to pull off. There's not really a big reference of how they need to be made, but I feel like it will work anyways. So I'm trying to, I think I closed the window where I had the festival stream, so I'm gonna put that back on. Where is it? Where is it? Yep, good. No, here it is, okay. So it's starting. Yeah, it's just not exciting. I feel like I'm splitting my attention even more than usual now because I'm trying to keep focus on whatever's going on over there while working on my end. Oh, so that's why it happens. Whenever I try to change a window, you end up looking at my my screensaver, my wallpaper. I don't mind, but it's weird. Yes, I told you before, I really like Splatoon, so there it is. You have the Squid Sisters whenever I try to change the window. Alright, so I guess I'll go to Photoshop because I want to make an image where I only have that cat skull, so for us to look at. And I also need the window again. Alright, so the live stream is on. I'm struggling with all these windows. Sorry about that. First computer stream, and also I end up having to simultaneously stream another event, and yeah, it's a little bit overwhelming, but I'm really excited anyways. Alright, so yeah, I wanted to open Photoshop to get this in. Alright, so let's check out. We're all interested on her pin. It's not a lot of detail, but I feel like it's enough for us to figure it out ourselves. So you can see it's sort of, it's mostly a circle, but it has a little bit of an egg shape. It's not really fully spherical. And also you have your little ears, the eyes, and a couple of tiny teeth down here. So what we could be working on. So I'm just gonna grab this. I'm gonna grab this and put it in. Oh, I should check. Alright, so just as a little warning for everyone who's watching, it seems like the stream of the festival doesn't have any subtitles nor translation, so you will have to just trust me with what I end up commenting on. But I'm really planning to actually put the stream anyways once we get into animation, just because I feel like it's going to be a very, very exciting thing. But in the meantime, let's keep on working with this little skull thingy. Whenever you work in Maya, I really recommend working with squared images. So I'd like to make sure my images are the exact same size. But this is gonna distort it. This is 300 pixels and this is 304 pixels, so let's just try and let's try 300. There we go. So now I have a square image. Just because I want to make sure that Maya doesn't distort the image too. Alright, I'm gonna try. So weird, I don't know how to use many windows. Alright, so I'm gonna save this. Oh yeah. Discord guideline. I'm still here, I'm just struggling with folders and how I save stuff, but give me 1 second. Alright. Right. Alright, so now we can make just a simple plane here. I know there's an object called reference planes and people usually tend to use that more, but when they taught me how to do this, they actually taught me to not really use the image planes and to rather just use a simple surface and a material. I'm not sure exactly why, but they said it was easier. It helped you reduce crashes. And if you've ever worked in Maya, you will know that working and crashes are a big pain. So I try to stick to that because I always want to make sure the image crashes as little as possible. Right, so let's add a new material. So any of you has any actual experience with 3D software, or are you completely lost and I'm just making black magic to you? Because if you want, I can sort of vaguely explain everything, but it's mostly just linking stuff and documents and blah blah blah. But yeah, so right now I'm making the folder. I'm going to the folder where I saved the freaking skull. There we go. There it is. And the reason why you can see it is because I haven't activated materials, but there you have it. Alright, so this is going to be our little reference. So there isn't any... there's not a very professional reference of how it looks. There's not like a front and side view. Black magic. Alright, yeah, it's... you know, it's mostly computer graphics and it's a very technical thing, but it's not that hard. It's just very tedious to learn, a lot of shortcuts, a lot of fun things, but I can sort of try and explain to you a little bit more in detail once we get started. But yeah, so right now I made this image plain and it's gonna be our reference, and I'm gonna try. And by the way, I just wanna add a note that I'm not actually a professional 3D artist, especially not in the modeling department. If I happen to be any sort of professional, I would most likely be qualified as that in animation. And usually in 3D, people just do one thing and they don't work in many others. So I love to explain as much as I can, but if you're seriously trying to learn about this, please consider learning from an actual professional. There are different courses, different tutorials of people who are much more capable than I am, but yeah, I'll gladly show you everything I know, and we can, yeah, have fun with that, but just don't think that I've got everything figured out. I'm really not that much of a 3D modeler myself. What you're doing, to be honest, I mean, it's mostly, right now I'm just making a... So I put this image plain just for a reference. And yeah, I'm just gonna take a look at it and try and vaguely sculpt the thing just how I see that it might end up working. And yeah, I'm gonna just try and see how it works. But right now, that's all. I just put the plane. You can see the skull, right? It's working on the screen. I'm not sure. Oh, wait, I didn't change my screen. I'm so dumb. No, I did. What? Oh no, sorry, I don't know how to use OBS. But yeah. So this sphere is just the base I'm gonna be using to make sure it's more or less the same shape. The size even is a little bit hard to grasp because I'm not even sure of the scale compared to Evil right now. I'm just gonna focus on having the... Oh, by the way, this time you can actually, for the first time, we can actually listen to the songs at the same time, because all of the times we have terrible delay, and this is the first time we can actually listen, like what you are listening right now is what I am listening to, which is great. I don't know, part of a fun experience. This is a little bit harder to do whenever we're working on the workshop because I use Bluetooth earphones and there's a little bit of a delay there. But yeah, first time we are... And I just started talking about because I'm listening that Chinatown Blues just started, so yeah, fun. Anyway, so I'm just putting a sphere and trying to figure out how this will work against theme, skull itself. Alright, so first thing I'm noticing is that the general shape of the sphere, it's not fully a sphere. The lower part's a little bit mushed down, so what I'm gonna try and do, I'm just gonna grab a couple of vertices down here. So I'm grabbing the exact points of my geometry, and if I move them, it's just gonna move in really weird ways and sort of tear. But what you can do is when you press B, you get this sort of gradient, and this is what works as soft selection. So with this, I can sort of squish it instead of making... Yes, I saw the the bedtime blues, or how was the cover called? The Savathon bedtime blues, maybe? Yeah, I love that version too. Yeah, so with this we can sort of mush it a little bit, just so it's more like like the general shape on the image. 2. Chat on snooze. Oh, that's much better. All right. Wait for me. I think I might have to pause for a second. Just give me a little bit of time. Yes, I might need to pause a second because someone needs something from me. But I'll let you know. Sorry about that. Sorry about the inconvenience. Alright, I'll let you know once we need to pause. In the meantime, we can keep working on this and see. We've got the festival going on. It's just more marketing and stuff. Alright, so I don't like this. I'm not sure what happened. Alright, so now I have to pause. Give me 1 second. And there we go. All right, see you in a bit. Just wait for me.
Birds are born with no shackles. Then what fetters my fate? Blown away, the white petals leave me trapped in the cage. The endless isolation can't wear down my illusion. Someday I'll make a dream unchained. Let my heart bravely spread the wings, soaring past the night to trace the bright moonlight.
All right, we're back. Can you hear me? I'm back again. Sorry for that. Just a little bit of an intermission. All right, so back to this. I don't know what I did, but I changed the shape. And that's not really, well, I mean, it's working all right. I like, and it's a little bit irregular. I don't like to lose track of what I'm doing, even if the shape ends up being better, because you might run into issues later. Also, you know what? I feel like we might need to start over because I didn't make sure how many edges I had. So here's a little trick. Whenever you make a sphere here, there's this generic sphere button, and it works all right. However, it usually makes a sphere with 20 edges, which is all right. It's round enough. If you see, it's not perfectly a sphere. It's sort of a little bit longer, which is something that I don't like, but it's all right. It's just the default. However, the thing that helps a lot when you're modeling is to have a rounder number when you're modeling, because you might end up needing more symmetry. Maybe you need when I'm making the symmetry, I want the edges of one ear to match the other, and that's better if you usually work in powers of 4. So I'm going to be doing, what is it? Let's see, 2, 4, 8, 16. What about 32? So yeah, I feel like 32 is going to work better. Not really because the shape changes a lot. It's still going to look fine, but I'm going to have a little bit more control on the symmetry, because I know now there's always one mirror face from one to the other, and there's no weird conversions, because sometimes if you're trying to split something into more pieces, because whatever thing, I don't know, has 4 sides, 4 equal sides, and you're not working with powers of 2, you will end up having a mess. And here you have perfect symmetry. I think I did not pick might not have picked the right faces, but it will work. So yeah, so I want to start over and take advantage of that to get rid of the slight distortion we had before. All right, so as we talked before, we can select a couple of vertices, which are these little purple points. I'm just gonna select a couple. Another thing you can do is just click one and start selecting more and more around it. You select all of the surrounding vertices. And so yeah, now I've got all of these selected and they're gonna move by themselves and really break the geometry if I just move it like this. But if I try soft selecting it, it's gonna move much mushier, much softer. And this can really help give us the shape that we need for this little skull. I feel like this will work. Feels alright, feels more symmetric than before. Why does it keep making this blob in the back? What's going on? I'm supposed to be using the... Is it sort of a perspective thing? Alright. Alright, now there's no deformity. Great. So yeah, I'm just gonna make this. Also, I feel like I'm not very fast of a modeler. As I told you, it's not really my specialty, but I do know how to do it, and I can sort of move with it. So yeah, this is a good base for the little skull. I'm gonna duplicate it just to see how it goes against the other one. I think it might need to be a little bit taller. Maybe a little bit taller. Okay, so we can make this. So we need the ears, and for the ears I could either sculpt them completely new. I think it will be best if we just make a different geometry for it. Here's one little neat thing about working in stop motion. And whenever you're working in 3D and fully 3D, you have to be very careful with how geometry flows through your models. Because whenever you have to add textures and all that weird stuff, you have to be very careful, you have to make sure everything works. However, when you're working for stop motion, all you need is geometry to be well enough for it to go into the printer, which is usually not that complicated. You just need the geometry to support itself with a lot of vertices and stuff, but you don't need to unwrap UVs, you don't need to do a lot of technical 3D stuff that usually makes the process much longer. So yeah, whenever I model for these sort of props, I can be a little bit sort of messy, because I don't have to worry about extra stuff like making... This is fun. I'm just noticing how I'm really good at speaking while working with stop motion, because I've done it so much, but I'm really struggling when it comes to working with 3D. But yeah. And why isn't this working? Something's wrong here. There we go. So I'm just gonna add a couple of edges to this and try and make the shape itself. But yeah, so I can make a lot of different pieces and sort of try and vaguely put them in place, and it will work alright, because my geometry doesn't need to be perfect. I just need stuff to work and look alright. And after that, you just need to fix maybe a couple of details, but it's not as complicated as actually making 3D props fully. But alright. In the meantime, I'm looking at the screen, making sure the animation category is not just slipped by. Good thing is that this is one of those where I can go back and forward. Alright, just delivered one award, I'm not sure which one it is. There's no graphic or anything, I just have to... Ah, that sucks. I'm gonna have to actually listen to it because I cannot see what the award is. Alright, I'll give it a little bit more. Maybe it's just because it's the first award. Alright, so our ears. So I'm just gonna make sure that one ear works. It's all we need because the other one can just be a mirror of the first one. And alright, let's see. A little bit of volume back here. You can just isolate your object so you can see whatever is crossing between the... You can do this, make it a little bit more. These ears are very pointy, so might end up making them sharper. Alright, give me 1 second, I want to make sure what they're talking about. So here we have the stream. I'm going to silence Evil for a little bit. Where do I have Evil? Oh, she's right here. Oop. Let's see how this goes.
Great collaborations and many more.
Can you listen? Oh, it's in English.
Buenas noches a todos.
Oh, and in Spanish.
Queremos agradecerles por esta oportunidad. Estamos en esta ocasión presentando a FIPRES y el premio de FIPRES y que este año cumple 100 años. El Festival de Cine cumple 40, pero parece ser que está madurando mucho mejor que algunos de nosotros.
All right. Still no need.
I'm here with my fellow FIPRES jury.
All right. I'm not sure what that award means, but it's not the one we're looking for tonight. Meanwhile, I feel like this is working much better, and we're gonna have to make it even pointier. What about that? You can hear it? Great. All right, so that's how it's working. I have it here in another screen, so I'm just gonna slide it here once I see. Maybe if they're not using any graphics, I might have to go back to it whenever they start, or it seems like they're gonna give an award, just to make sure what the award is, because yeah, I thought they would have something on screen, like, you know, to the best live action actress or something, but I haven't seen it. But yeah, I'll keep you updated. Meantime, ears. Feels more square, this one. You cannot, this one has too much of an actual ear shape. This is just a triangle, like sharp triangle. So maybe I should just move some vertices around, but I don't want that to go all the way. Another thing you can do is you can go to wireframe, but it's a little bit harder to read. Yeah, no, I don't like this. I'll go with... Right, so I can't really assure you anything, but if you wanted to chat about anything else while we're working on this, because I feel like this is a little bit slow, we could try. I'm not sure if my concentration will manage, but I will certainly try. Right, so they delivered that last award that I mentioned, or that I showed you. Let's see how it goes with the other ones. Oh, wow, they're opening a Palestine flag in the middle of the ceremony. That's bold. That is Palestine, right? I'm sorry, I'm terrible at geography, but I think it is. All right. Bit of a statement there. Interesting. I'm not sure if this director is probably from Mexico. He's making a statement there. I just hope he doesn't get into a lot of trouble, because I do know festivals usually have this sort of policies of not getting political and stuff, and yeah, sometimes when people do this kind of stuff, they end up being kind of shadow banned and stuff. I hope they do not do that, but I'll get the news probably tomorrow. All right, so let's do something real quick. So when you press 3 on your keyboard when you're working in Maya, it's gonna soften up the shape. All right, this feels like it could work. I'm gonna add a new edge right here, just so it supports itself a little bit better. And where else could I add? Oh no, what did I do? I'm not sure if this one's gonna work, but it's not gonna look good in the center. All right, I'll give this a shot. So I'm gonna bevel this edge, which means I'm gonna just split it into 2. Just not really to change the shape too much, but because I want support. And when I do this, all right, I like this a little bit more. What do you think? It's starting to feel like the ear itself. Now, what's going on there? Oh, it's this. Might need another edge in here for support. So what if instead of having this edge, I'll delete this, and I'm gonna do the same using a bevel instead. But I'm not sure if it's gonna follow. All right, let's see. They're going for the next award. I'm just gonna make sure it's something. Oh,
buenas noches. Quería agradecer al festival por poder traer mi ópera prima que produjo.
Patio de la Federación de Escuelas de Imagen y Sonido de América Latina, FEISAL, otorgamos el premio A través de la pertinencia del tema para mantener viva la memoria del horror de cómo actúa el autoritarismo, así como la adecuada elaboración de la atmósfera del suspense a través de sonidos y de la fotografía. El jurado de la Federación de Escuelas de Imagen y Sonido de América Latina, FEISAL, otorgamos el premio A.
La película Patio de Chacales, dirigida por Diego Figueroa.
All right. Not sure what this award was about, but I don't remember this being one of the animated films, so then I guess this is another category. Congratulations to Patio de Chacales. I don't know a lot about that movie, but cool.
Quería agradecer al festival por poder traer mi ópera prima que produjo Alejandro. Y quiero compartir el premio con todo el equipo de la película y con los...
I'm gonna move this to the other window just so I can alternate between both of them easily. It's just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Alright. So instead of doing the edge or the edge loop that I did before, I'm gonna try and actually bevel this. Going anywhere. So this is gonna add another edge. It's not working. Alright, seems like it's working alright. I don't like the back. I like the tip, but I don't like this back. Alright, next the war.
El premio a mejor película de cine socioambiental en este FIC 40 es para la película.
Not what we're looking for. All the dice, just one more time. I feel like this stream is all over the place. Sorry about that. But you sing the blues for a smooth it goes on and on. Oh wait. Oh, it seems like my chat's stuck. Alright. There we go. So, yeah, I'm liking this, but I don't like this edge back here. Should have done the first bevel. This is the bevel? No. So we're back to this point. Let's see, next to War.
Dirigido por Irving Serrano y Víctor Rejón.
Short film. Best short film. Yeah, and I see they do have a graphic in the screen, but they don't put it on the on the transmission, so you cannot really show it, or well, you cannot really read it and see what's going on. Yeah, so this was short film, Ibero-American Short Film Award. It's okay. By the way, whenever I put the video, you can listen, or the other stream, you can listen to it fine, or is it too low volume? Because I have the swarm at minimum volume, and it's still a lot for my headphones. So I'm not sure if I might have it too low for you. So I can go back to. Alright, so thing is, this should be. I'm not sure if it's gonna make a difference if we actually make this first and then the other one. I think I still hear the other audio fine. Alright, I'll go back and forth, but please stay. But let me know if anything's. There's been switching between angle and rounded shape for the years. Is that toggle up? Yeah. So Maya has this feature where you can change between. And whenever you ask me about it, I forget how to do it. But all right, so you can change between how many subdivisions it has. It's a nice preview just to get a nice shape of how things are gonna look once you smooth them down. And I like that because you can keep on working with simple shapes before getting into very complex things. And just try and fix them and popping them out, and you see just how they would look in high, or once it's subdivided. And because you can keep doing that, like 1, 2, 1, 2, it makes it easy for this sort of simple shapes to see how it's gonna look and not really get too lost with complex geometry. I feel like this it would be best if I actually only worked with. I'm gonna try deleting these faces. I'm not sure if this is gonna help me, because when you delete a face, what's going on? Why it's not deleting? And there's one. Alright, there we go. When you delete faces, it also affects the shape because there's nothing to support it. It's not gonna bend anymore. It's just gonna leave the sharp edge. And I don't really mind this because I'm gonna have it covered over here. However, it might be a little bit of a pain, but I can fix that later. All right. So yeah, we can just keep toggling between high poly and low poly. And it helps you get a general idea of how it's looking, how it will look. Well, let's see, if I do this now, I can get, but I'm gonna have the same issue as before. Hey Roman, how are you? How's it going? Hey, we have a very exciting episode today. I'm working on this little skulls for evil, but at the same time, I'm looking at the festival in Guadalajara because I don't know, maybe Frankelda might get an award, so I'm toggling here and there and trying to see what's going on. It's been a little bit hard. I'm not sure. Can't hear anything. It's just silence. But yeah.
Hola. ¿Corto? Corto. Ok, perdón. Confusión.
Corto.
Entonces, hola a todos y a todos. Muchas gracias por nos recibir
So, yeah.
una forma tan
We're
calorosa.
going from one to
Por
the
su
other.
impresionante cinematografía, estética distintiva, estructura narrativa y personajes complejos, el corto es audaz y original. Los cineastas nos cautivaron e impresionaron con su habilidad para crear un cortometraje que ofrece suspenso,
Alright, so this is a short
emociones
film.
viscerales, sorpresa y un desenlace emotivo.
Cortometraje ganador del premio Rigo Mura de este año es para
Alright.
Luz Diabla, dirigido por Gervasio Canda, Patricio y Paula.
Right, so this is animation short film, so we might go into animation feature next. So I think we could stay here for a while. I hope you don't mind. This is gonna be very exciting and
Nos aseguraremos de hacerle
Wanna go
llegar
full screen?
su premio.
Let's go full
Pasamos
screen.
ahora al mejor largometraje
All right.
de animación.
There we go.
Pido al miembro del jurado que nos
First.
regale unas palabras.
Feature film, animated feature film. Let's see.
Esta película es una obra de arte bellamente realizada que ofrece una exploración poética del amor y de la memoria. Es una experiencia narrativa emocionalmente rica, visual y sonoramente dinámica que incorpora elementos de realismo mágico y surrealismo sutil. Dejó una impresión duradera, llevándonos a una experiencia sensorial donde la animación no solo cuenta una historia, sino que se siente profundamente. Las imágenes, ideas y emociones de esta película permanecieron con nosotros mucho después del último fotograma.
Oh my God.
El Festival Internacional de Guadalajara otorga el premio Rigo Mora, el mejor largometraje de animación, a la cinta Olivia y las nubes, dirigida por Tomás Pichardo Espillat.
All right. Olivia and the Clouds. Seems like Frankelda didn't make it, but sounds good. I think I had seen a little bit about that one. Let's
Los
quickly
animadores
Google
no
it.
se animaron a venir.
Olivia
Pues quiero pedir un
and the
enorme
Clouds.
aplauso a este maravilloso
What I
jurado
feel
por hacer
like
esta
I
labor tan
know
maravillosa.
about this
Y un
one.
aplauso a los ganadores de esta categoría tan especial.
Oh, they didn't give a speech because no one wrote.
En esta edición
All right.
celebramos
It's
la
okay.
edición número 14 de una
Let me
de las
Google that
secciones
film, because
más
I'm intrigued.
queridas y entrañables del festival. Me refiero al Premio Maguey. Un espacio,
It's from 2024.
un espacio que ya es referente internacional
seen.
para
Oh, yeah.
visibilizar y
I
reconocer
saw
lo mejor del
a couple of
cine
the screenshots
con
and they
temática
were also
LGBTQ+,
selected for. Right,
contando
let me-
historias diversas, valientes.
Yeah, sensory overload there. But it's a movie with a lot of different techniques. Haven't seen it. I'll want to see it now. Alright, so it's a little bit of a bummer, but it's okay. I'm glad that. Well, I'm now excited to see this other film because that means it was a tough sort of competence. It's alright, so that made an interesting night anyway. But yeah, well, let's see how it does in other festivals, I guess. The next one's gonna be the one in Canada. I'm not sure if that one's gonna have a live stream, but I'll let you know if it has, and we can join in. But yeah, so this one, I'm struggling with the volume there. But yeah, okay. So too bad, but let's keep on going. We'll get it next time.
Do you see what we've done? We kinda make such fools.
Anomaly still, yeah, and not only Anomaly, I was very impressed that it had that much of a feature showing. Because yeah, probably most of the if someone's from that doesn't know about Frankelda is listening, that it didn't have a screening in a regular cinema showroom. It was a full-on theater because it was the inauguration. So for the inauguration, they filled up an entire theater, like a concert hall, and it was filled to the brim with people, and all of them got to see the picture. And that was incredibly impressive, and yeah, I was very excited about it. And for what I've heard, most people have really liked it, so it's pretty interesting. It was a weird way of presenting it because it had this massive presentation and not any others. So because there weren't any other presentation, that also had me sort of speculating that maybe it wasn't gonna be selected. But I don't know. It was a weird set of events. But anyway, I'm very excited. Like the event was, yeah, I feel like it was a massive sort of kickstart for the movie, and I hope it ends up doing well in the future. But well, so congratulations to Olivia and the Clouds for winning the animation award. I'm really happy for them, and well, you know what the problem is with many animated movies? That they're very hard to find, but I would love to eventually see it. And yeah, maybe we could even comment it if we ever get to our small animation commenting corner here in our channel. And yeah, we might eventually win in another festival. So next one's in Canada. Well, I'll keep you on track for that one, and let's see if it ends up matching that tonight's also that we have the presentation while we're streaming. But well, let's get back into, yeah, now I want to see the winner. So it looks very interesting. For what I saw with the screen captures, seems like it combines many different. Maybe we can find a trailer. What do you say if we Google a trailer, just to satiate our curiosity? Alright, I'm gonna mute Evil or Neuro for, no, that's Evil. Yeah, let's mute Evil for a while. Alright, let's try and see if we can find a trailer. At least we can have some fun with that. I'm not sure if the official title is in English or Spanish or what. Olivia, there's no trailer oficial. Alright, can you hear it?
¿Estás ahí? Te traje algo.
Yo creo que estoy saliendo con alguien. Pero no seguro todavía. Es como media loca ella.
Un elefante. Señora y sombrilla. Ramón, Ramón.
¿A dónde tú quieres que yo te lleve?
A Júpiter.
¿Qué es lo que está sonando? ¿Y tú? ¿Qué inventas?
Entonces, ¿cómo me llamo?
Wait.
Olivia. Sí, Olivia.
Olivia.
Esto sí que lo debe ver Chelita. Ahí sí.
Alright, give me a little. I got distracted for a second there, but I want to watch the final part once again because I got distracted. Then I'll tell you what I think then.
¿Cómo me llamo?
Olivia. Sí, Olivia.
Olivia.
For Procine, alright, so it's made in Mexico.
Esto sí que lo debe ver Chelita. Ahí sí.
Let's see. Producción, historias Vivi, producción. Thomas Picture. I mean, this is a Mexican fund. Dogocine, Programa Ibermedia. Just trying to see if we can get a clue of who or where was it made. República Dominicana. Okay, interesting. All right, so, you know, I'm not even mad. I'm not sure if I've ever talked to you about my personal preference in animation, but I really love experimental animation. It looks interesting. Combines a lot of different styles, like Spider-Verse stop motion. Yeah, I feel like. Right. So what I got from the. We can go back to the trailer. So what I got from this is that it seems like it's telling a single story. At first, I thought it may be sort of an anthology and maybe a couple different stories mashed together. But after listening to it, it seems like it's more of a loving reflection of memories and phrases and stuff. But it's the same experience, the same story, with different art styles, which I find very intriguing. And I really like how everything looks. Like it's got all these different styles, from very sort of simple 2D animation. I'm trying to, can I cannot frame by frame in this? No, yes, I should be able to. Yeah, we can frame by frame in here. If you didn't know, you can actually frame by frame in YouTube using comma and dot. So you can move back and forward. It's one of my favorite tools for whenever I'm analyzing animation. It's really, really useful. But yeah, so you have this very skips from a very simple, very minimalistic, the only thing that moves is the mouth animation, into this very crazy painting style. I'm not sure if it's actually painting or not. Photography, I love this. I love having photography and mixing it up with an animation. I've seen some crazy experimental shorts, and when I was in Annecy Film Festival, and yeah, I really like when people play with this sort of stuff. And you know, I really think that movies with more experimental stuff deserve a place in, you know, a little bit of recognition, because I don't really like that there's sort of especially in animation, it feels like sometimes it feels stagnant, like the only best thing you can do is looking like a Disney movie, because that's what the best movies look like. But yeah, I like when people sort of break the mold and try something new. That's what Spider-Verse did in its moment, and it really made a huge difference. I feel like without Spider-Verse, the animation film industry wouldn't be what it is today. So this doesn't look that much as like a commercial hit. You know, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see this in cinemas easily, but I really like how it looks. I really like the feel, the look. This one's made out of raw cardboard, and it's even sort of cut down very clumsily. I love this. And it's animated frame by frame. This is animated in twos. Yeah, it's animated in twos. They changed the background. It's really lovely, and I love how they play with all the different art styles. And I don't know, at least I'm excited to see a very, very experimental, very unconventional movie getting a spotlight. And I really think it deserves it, and I hope to see it eventually. Hopefully it will be somewhere I can find it. I don't know, maybe Hey, Robotico Taman! So we've had a crazy stream tonight. First of all, welcome. We are working from the computer this time. So I'm actually starting to work on the little skull for Evil thingy. However, we had a bit of an interruption because remember I told you that we had the movie I worked on was in a festival. Well, the award ceremony of the festival ended up being tonight, right at the exact. It began at the exact same time as the stream, so I had it in another window, just lying about, and I was just switching back and forth from it and trying to see what if there were any news about the animation feature film award, and that's what we've been looking at. So we got into the award for the best animated feature, and unfortunately the movie I worked on, Frankelda, did not win, but this movie that we have on screen right now, called Olivia y las Nubes, is the one that won. So a little bit intrigued of of what the movie was about, or what it was. we came here and watched the trailer, and we were just chatting about how, what the movie is. It looks. What I was saying is it's a very interesting looking film. It's got many different styles. It plays with a lot of different textures and things, but it tells the same story. It seems like the story of two lovers. Like, I guess this woman's Olivia, and the other man is his significant other. But it explores so many different styles and so many different textures, but it tells the same story, and I find it very intriguing. I really like. So while I might be a little bit bummed that the movie did not win, I really love seeing a very experimental sort of film getting the spotlight. And look, this one even has a couple of actual photography in it. So they animated with the texture on top. Well, you have the voice enough, making some sort of, I don't know, like philosophical the discourse. But yeah, it feels very interesting, and I would love to see this movie. I hope I get the chance to see it somewhere in theater. This sort of experimental films are a little bit hard to find. That's the only issue. But it looks really good. I really love look at that, I really love this. I always love this very lively musical instrument shots with a lot of text. I love it. And it's not even, it's just the feeling of how it's being played, because if you actually pay attention, it doesn't really seem like the hand is even touching the instrument. You don't actually see the moment that happens, but you just feel it. And I love that sort of animation, having the feeling of the instrument instead of actually seeing how it should be. Whenever you try to animate someone playing an instrument, you actually try to do how it's supposed to be done instead of how it feels. I always feel like it feels the end result, the animation looks incomplete somehow. And when you actually try to animate how it feels, that's so much better. And yeah, so it's looking really cool. I like this movie. Let's see what else it's. I'm intrigued to see if we can see it in other festivals and getting more awards, maybe even making it to bigger leagues. That would be very, very good. I really like having experimental movies going further. I feel like it's something we need in animation. I love animation in general, but sometimes I feel like it can get a little bit stagnant with the styles. And whenever something more experimental pops into a spotlight, I really love it. So yeah, I'm excited for this movie. Let's see how it goes, if it goes all further, and let's cross our fingers for Frankelda. I hope it will do in other festivals. It's probably going to be in many others. Oh wow, it's been a roller coaster of a night. But yeah, it's been fun. So I guess it's a good time to go back to whatever we were doing before. So yeah, for Roman and Robot, the robotic automaton that just joined, we've been working on, or starting to work on, the little cat skulls that Evil has on her head. I've been working on it here in Maya. So it's a very weird experience for me because I'm used to streaming from the workshop itself, and this time we are not in the workshop. We are just hanging out in my computer, and it's really weird. I haven't done this when the festival in Canada. I'll tell you right now. I remember it was at the end of July. I remember it was the last days of July and the first days of August. Oh no, it's a long one. Whoa. It's from July the 16th to August the 3rd. So it's a very long festival. I'll show you. Here we go. This is the other festival that the movie is gonna be in. This is the only one that they have announced this far. Montreal, Quebec, July 16th to August 3rd. There's probably still no official program to know in which day the movie will be shown. But yeah, this is the next festival, Fantasia Concordia. But let's see how it does in this one. But we still have a lot of time before we get into that. I'm not sure if this was a very unusual night because I didn't expect the award ceremony and our stream to match up. I was just starting stream when I just had this quick thought that, hey, wasn't the award ceremony tonight? I never care about notoriety. We just want it to be heavy. We'll make our... Yeah, I mean, I know that art should be something that's... You know, the best definition I have for art, I got it from a book that I read that talked about the philosophy of Jim Henson, the man who made the Muppets, which is not actually animation, but it's very close in a weird way. I mean, it's animating puppets, but you know the difference. So it's still live action, even though it's puppeteering. But anyway, the definition that they had for art and what made art itself is that whatever you make as an artist is a gift from you to the world. And it's something that's authentic and that comes from deep within your soul, and it's just something that you want to give out to the world and people to enjoy without caring of whatever the implications might be beyond that. And yeah, I believe what you're saying, robotic automaton, is I really need a shorter acronym for you because your name is too long. But yeah, art is important to always stay as something that's really made not even for yourself, but something that you want the world to enjoy, and without thinking if there's any money involved, without thinking if there's I don't know, big rewards or fame or whatever that thing is. However, well, the other thing, robot. All right. Yes, and this is I really love that book. It went really deep into that idea of art being a gift and how whenever you end up making art for sort of other things like the money or whichever other purpose, you end up depraving the nature of the art itself. And but the book made a very important point, or what it wanted to say. It wasn't only that it's all about being artistic and trying to make things for the world. I mean, that's the most important part, yes, but you also have to think on what can be done to allow you to grant more gifts to the world, but without losing your way. It was a very hard to balance thing. People talking about you need to be very careful with it's important to try and make, whenever you try and make money, it's good because that's the key for you to make more art. But it's even more important that if you're trying to make money, you do not want to lose your way. I'm not sure why I'm going all the way into it. I just remember that book and it's really, really good. But so yeah, I understand that even the notoriety is really good, but it's not that we really need the award. I don't even know what is going on with just that. I don't know. I think it's more important to have things that deserve awards to win awards. So that's why I'm happy that Olivia and the Clouds won, because in the end, I just want art to grow and evolve and move into new directions. And my mic concentration is not helping me with working while yapping. So I feel like it's more important that the good movies actually win, and the movies that actually have sort of an artistic proposal, an artistic merit. So I don't mind if a movie that I worked on for many years ends up not getting the spotlight tonight, because I know it will have other spotlights, and it will have other spotlights that probably this other movie will not have that easily, because, well, the thing I made, it's made by HBO. So in the end, it's gonna be in a streaming service. I already know that. And that's sort of a grant that there will be at least a couple of thousand people that's gonna be able to see it. But this sort of movie, this crazy experimental love story with such different styles and such colors and vibrant experience, it's I love the fact that I can see how the awards will grant it maybe a clearer path towards a bigger audience, because what I want is more people to enjoy this sort of stuff. So, have you ever seen Don't Hold Me I'm Scared? Of course I've seen Don't Hold Me I'm Scared. I love Don't Hold Me I'm Scared. I even saw recently Chibidoki reacting to those. The only thing I didn't see was the rest of them. Because they made a Kickstarter campaign, and I understand that they made sort of a TV show thing that wasn't even on YouTube. You had to go to their own website and sort of pay for a ticket to watch it. I didn't get to see those, but hey, Krieger, welcome. Now I have to tell the story of tonight again. No, don't worry. No, this is not Blender. This is Maya. And I've been working on making the little hairpin for Evil that we can put on top of the bows. But yeah, Don't Hold Me I'm Scared is incredibly good. And it's also a very interesting reflection of art itself, right? It's the construction of children's shows and how ideology can be so easily pushed through children's shows. And yeah, it's a very interesting experience. It has many layers to it, because you can just watch it with, especially the first time you watch it, right? You just, someone sends you a link and it's like, hey, look at this funny Muppets. And when you actually see it, the shock value sort of stun locks you. But when you rewatch it and try and understand it, there's so many layers beneath it. It's not just being weird because being weird is funny, or that having nice Muppets changing into creepy things is very interesting. But it's also, there's an artistic statement behind, and I really like that they're talking about how weird it is that we have this sort of products and we don't even think about them a lot because they're not usually made for us, they're made for children. But it's very sensitive. Having that sort of stuff can very dramatically affect children and change them, and making people think whatever people want them to think. And that's something that wasn't really thought about a lot in the past. You could see the Flintstones ads of them smoking and back then in the age of black and white, people didn't think about that. They just made things that they thought would make money, and sometimes they still do. That's what led to the YouTube animation apocalypse a couple of years ago. Also, Clock Guy shrieking his alarm and ask the others will always be stuck in my head. Yes, that's sort of a soundbite that clings to you. Was Muppet those hand puppets like socks? Yeah, the Muppets were a thing. They were sort of a brand of different. It was a mixture between a puppet and what was it? A marionette. And they had many movies and shows, and they were very famous way back then. And what was it? The 80s, maybe. And a friend of mine did a red cosplay in Halloween for a couple years ago. That sounds fun. But yeah, so I think I lost track of whatever we were doing. On Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers as a child, and Thrush Morale as a young teen. And Narcone is great. Down with the system. I didn't grow up with Mr. Rogers. I learned about it later on. But I really love what his shows were like and sort of the philosophy he tried to share with children from all around the world. Really interesting. Very old black and white commercial that felt like proto Muppets. Yeah, well, you know, this is also from the book that I was telling you about a little bit earlier. But yeah, Jim Henson began making commercials for, I think it was a coffee company. And the first Kermit the Frog was actually just a coat that he stole from her mother. And he sliced it open with the scissors and put on some googly eyes. And that was about it for the original design of Kermit the Frog. And he made this sort of very low budget, very quick commercials for... I still don't like this. So I like the general shape, but I do not like that this edge back here is a little bit harder and it looks... yeah, it looks very angular on the back. It's all right in the front, but it's not great in the back. I'm gonna try to solve this soon. But yeah, the first ads were actually made by him, and he was pretty young, I think. Smile and Coffee had several. Yeah, they were very... oh no, he didn't mind. He made weird stuff and he didn't care. The neighborhood was make-believe, was very well designed. Yeah, you know, I never fully saw that show, but I learned about it later on because, yeah, the networks I watched really didn't have that, because that was a very US show, right? I think it was actually financed by sort of the, I don't even know your departments of communications and that sort of stuff, but it was a public TV show, and that's what made it possible. And there's this movie I need to see, but I haven't seen, of him being in a I don't know, in sort of a court hearing where he's talking about different how he didn't really like classic cartoons like Bugs Bunny and stuff, because they were only teaching children about violence instead of teaching them love and sharing and that sort of stuff. And yeah, Mr. Rogers had a very compelling way to make people understand the importance of what he wanted to share with people. Even though, I mean, cartoons and Bugs Bunny, it's really funny and really cool, but I understand the implication of what you choose to show children. Now this sucks. Look at this horrible, horrible tip of the ear. I hate it. All right, maybe this will work. Fun cartoony way. We're about to have the first time Mario crash out over an E-design. I don't think I'm... You'll probably see a full-on crash out, maybe an animation if something falls or something. I do have my own of those. This is sort of mild crash outs. I'm not gonna fully lose my marbles over a little cat ear. Oh, maybe if Maya crashed. If Maya did crash, because I haven't even saved this file. Great, thank you, Robot, for telling me that. Yes, if this happened, then I would have crashed out. But yeah, Maya crashes and you sometimes just lose everything. So because this is my first time working in in the computer, I'm usually working with the camera, I am in constant fear of doxing myself at any moment. So I don't even know how to use the windows. I mean, I even didn't realize that I was going to be showing my desktop all day, because if I just hover my mouse in the bottom edge, it goes back to the desktop. But yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that my files folder and all this stuff stays out of reach. So what was I opening? Oh no, I was gonna save this. Doo-doo-doo. Skulls V1 will crash out too. There's no need to crash out. It would be better if you just clip it and share it and make more people come to see me crash out again eventually. But yeah, I'm not sure if we're gonna have to. So keep a clay tool handy for throwing and everything that I used to record. I do have the clay tool upstairs, but I don't have a camera, so you wouldn't be able to see it. This ear could be a little bit bigger, and I'll just put it further down. So one thing that I was explaining before to those that were watching when we started to work on this, is that one thing that I really enjoy about working with 3D for stop motion animation is that you don't really have to be as careful as when you're actually working for 3D itself, because all you need for the models is you need them to be capable to import into the 3D printing software, and that's about it. And for that you only need triangular geometry, and that's it. So it's really easy to work compared to actually making props for 3D animation. So I can just put a couple of props in here and try, and all right, so this is a problem. We can do this. It's gonna do weird. Okay, so I'm gonna group these two objects, then I'm gonna center the pivot, and I'm gonna move the pivot to the top so it's actually on the center, and then I'm gonna move these to the center of my grid, which is down here. You can see my mouse, right? Anyway, you'll hear the thud of the turtle being thrown against the wall. It's not a bad idea. It might help me if it needed. Oh, in the animation streams, that would be possible. I could have it a spare turtle lying around. All right, so I'm gonna center this, and the thing is that you don't really need a lot of complex geometry. You just need things to simply fit inside your 3D software, your 3D printing software, and that means you can be what would be considered very messy in animation. This is not the side I wanted. It works all right with 3D or with making stuff for stop motion. I can just make very messy geometry, and it doesn't really matter in the end. Maybe I'll move them a little bit further out. Yeah, I think I like that more. They feel longer and a bit even sharper. What if I added an edge right down the middle? All right. You see, now we got a little bit more of pointy tip. The inner part of the ear feels a little bit weird, but I don't really mind about that because it's not gonna be that noticeable in the print. Yeah, this is not gonna work. Maybe if I just move these edges. I think flat works best. Oh, also I can put Swarm FM back on. Give me a second. We've been working in dead silence all this time. Ooh! I love this song. And it really fits Neuro really well. I'll say goodbye soon, though it's the end of the world. Don't blame yourself now. I paused it. Sorry about that. Alright, so I moved this ear. Let's try and reflect it. Perfectly resonant voice. I'm not sure what that means, but thank you. I want the song Blessed of Order to be found by 1,000 years from now. When I began reading that, I just thought you hated the song, but then you flipped it upside down. And if it's true, I will surround you. Also, because I'm working on the PC and I can use actual headphones, I can sync myself to the music this time, so that's another fun thing. There's no such thing as perfect. With practice, you could sing. I enjoy singing. I've never, I don't know, trained professionally, but I really like to sing. Always liked it. All right, let's try this again. So here's a quick trick of how I just mirror stuff. I just group it and then change the symmetry to the other side, and there you go. Quick and easy mirror of the piece. There's a bit of an edge here, you can see it, but this piece is going to be so small that it would be it's not going to be noticeable once it prints, because so taking into account the size of Evil, I think this would be not even taller than 1 centimeter, like half an inch, even a little bit less. Minus karaoke stream when? I honestly would like to make a karaoke stream. However, I'm not sure. Maybe, what if we set a goal for that? Like once we get X amount of subscribers or something, we can do our karaoke stream. That sounds fun. All right, give me a fun number. We're currently sitting around 1,400. What, is 5,000 too much? 5,000 karaoke stream? What do you think? Can we make it there? I feel like when we get into animation and we actually publish the animation video, we're gonna subathon go. It's a little bit too early for that. I can barely make it. You know what's the problem? To get into a full subathon, I need this to be, how do you say, self-sustaining, because I do have another job that I need to attend to in order to, yeah, pay the bills and that sort of stuff, and pay for the materials and everything that I can show you. 50 people on the... Oh, by the way, Discord, now that you mention it, I have a gift for you. Give me 1 second. Let's see if YouTube doesn't ban me for this. But we have a server now, so I'm just gonna share you the link. And let's see if YouTube doesn't kill it. So there's a link. Tell me if you can see it or if YouTube just banned it because they don't want me to do anything weird with it. So the Discord itself is a mess right now. Oh, you can actually see it in the screen. I sent it on the chat, so you could start joining, I guess. The Discord itself is a mess. I'm working on it. I don't know anything about Discord, but I'm really trying because I would like this community to grow. So yeah, I joined the server. Great. All right, see you in a bit. All right, so now what we could do is add our little eyes. I'm not sure if I should go for negative or positive eyes. It feels like negative because it's a skull. So they look pretty much like a half sphere, so we can roll with that. Face, vertex, we'll grab all these vertices, maybe go into... Oh, in Maya you can open... What the hell is this? Where's my... What? So usually when you press the spacebar, it opens 4 different views. But this one's just opening 2. I'm not sure if it's because it's in a weird... Yeah, it's in a weird proportion. Because I'm working in different screens and they have different resolutions, Maya does weird stuff. So everyone can see the link. YouTube isn't destroying me for sending you links outside of the website. So yeah, with this views, what you can do is you have a very orthogonal, very perfectly like sideways or front or whatever view. So it's really easy to pick half of your object in this view and just distort it freely. So I can have this. Joined, didn't read the rules, no one will, but I joined. Yeah, welcome. Just get in there. I think the rules are just mostly helpful as it's a failsafe in case of anything weird's going on in the server. You end up saying, hey, this broke the rules, I told them not to do this, so I'm not responsible, that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's a very bare bones server and it's a mess, but hopefully it will be growing along with us, with our community. And glad to see you join. Let's see. I'll just say hi. Right, back to Maya. I did read the rules. Alright, if there's any comment or something you would like to add or think or change in the rules, we can talk about it. There is a big point there that I struggle a lot with how to articulate it or if I should do it or not, but you're in need of a writer, Mari? Writer for what? For the rules? Did I screw up in the rules? Did I? So they're a little bit angrier, so let's rotate this. I'm not sure what would I need a writer for, honestly. You mean for streams, for... Or where it's your Discord, be a dictator. Yeah, I have so little experience with Discord, but I will learn along the way. You've seen me. I've been figuring stuff out ever since we started, and I feel like we'll keep figuring stuff out as a group, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. Let me know. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, we have a duplicate. Bloop. No. Alright, so there's one rule I wanted to talk about that I feel like might be, I don't know, troublesome in some contexts, but it's something that I think needs to be addressed. So I'm just gonna put it out there because it's best to just say it. And even if you don't just want to not read the rules and ignore it, it's fine then. But well, the Discord has to, I feel like it needs to be for people above the age of 18. I'm not really inclined into having any sort of very risque things on it, but what I do want for the server is I want it to be a place for us to discuss animation. That's one of my highest priorities with the Discord. I want it to be a place where you can, hey, here's the maker, can we see it on the next stream and can we talk about it? Or hey, here's this short film. However, there are some very, very good short films and animations, especially in the stop motion, where there's both nudity or sometimes extreme, very extreme violence. And even though those are things, I mean, nudity could be fine in an artistic context, but the thing is, those sort of topics, they can be sensitive, they can be hard for people to digest, but I do want it to be something that we can discuss in the community, but especially oriented towards, you know, animation, because I've seen a lot of, hey, and the little Neuro. You sent a little Neuro GIF, yay. Pipe. So, yeah, I want to be a place where we can discuss animation, and if we cannot discuss a very proof short inside our server, which you will get to know eventually, that would make me very sad. So I just need to put that disclaimer that there might be stuff, weird stuff in the server. I want to keep it to a minimum and try to focus only on artistic sort of stuff, not really any other weird context for violence. But yeah, it's something that we need, that I want the community to be able to experience. And for that, I think it's just fair to make it exclusive to 18 and up. Want to animate something someone else wrote? I wouldn't be a bit against that. The things I don't really know anything about. I don't have anything in mind for which I might need a writer right now. I think that could be fun later on. Like once we have more puppets, it's so hard to think about this in the future. But so I'm replying to the comment that Robo just made. That was, and if you want something, I'm just wondering who wants to write. Maybe if you want to animate something that something like those wrote, if it meets your standard, a successful writer should be denied or ignored. So yeah, he's making a point that he wants to write things, and just I'm trying to reply that right now I don't have any clue of what would I write, but I think that's something we could address once we have more puppets. Like once we have maybe Evil and Neuro, we could start thinking about. But imagine once we have, I don't know, Evil Neuro, the turtle, the Camilla, whatever, then we can start to actually think of making a little bit more complex stuff. That would be fun, but it sounds a little bit far in the future. But yeah, I'll take it into account and we can chat it. Maybe, I mean, you could at least send random scripts of things you write, even if it's completely unrelated. And who knows, maybe people can look at it, give you feedback, but yeah, I'll take it into account. So I'll think about it, but right now I don't even know what could a writer do. If it's bad writing, we should be ignored. So let's try and mirror this. I'm not sure, probably many of you weren't here by the time I was saying this, but it's very weird that I just noticed how well acquainted I am with making stop motion animation that I can actually talk while doing it. But with this sort of 3D modeling, even though I have a fair amount of experience, I'm really struggling much more with talking while working, which is fun. I'm not really complaining, I'm just finding it really funny. So I'd like to correct this little thing back here. There's sort of a bump down here. I don't like it. Why are you acting so weird? There. Oh, hang on, Andrew. Something's going on here. Maybe I can sort of make a cross view, and that way try and fix this real quick. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. It's probably just this. I'm not sure why it's going all the way up there. There's a tool. There we go. Right, this should make more of a rounder shape for this. Alright, I feel like this will work. What? Oh, the comments are going crazy. Or is it to ignore? That's where I should. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm with Romander that feedback helps, and it's always fun to show someone else, at least someone you trust, what you have, and they can help you grow, even if at least then it's not just trash. How small is this when it gets printed? Yeah, I think this is gonna be about 1 centimeter big, so it's really tiny. About half an inch, a little bit less than half an inch. Are you certain it doesn't meet the standard of a musician who needs lyrics or filmmaker? It should be ignored rather than insulted. I'm not talking about it being insulted. It's good to have people look at stuff and tell you how to improve. Because you've told us that if you don't have proper technique, you can get lost and end up not having to unlearn stuff. And that applies to writing too. If you do not learn, or if you are just trying to learn by yourself and not showing things to people, it's hard to move on. The thing with writing is that you have to make... The point of writing is having something that connects with someone else. And there's no better way to see that than actually showing it to someone else. So I think it is necessary to sort of show it. Maybe not to all the people you know, but it feels like it would help. Yeah, it's pretty small. It's gonna be... Yes. Oh, I have a ruler right here. I can see how much would it be in inches. Yeah, so 3/4 of an inch sounds about right. Maybe even smaller. But the printer can handle very tiny things. Like, did you see the pins that she had? Those were very small, incredibly small. Alright, so I feel we need to add the little teeth. I'm not sure if I should go with square teeth or maybe rounder teeth. What? I made DM you a piece of... Sure! Yeah, please go ahead. Now remember that I'm not a native speaker, so I might not understand stuff, but yeah, please do. Let's go with one segment. Oh, huh. Some Evangelion bias right there. I'm not sure if this... Whoa! Swarm FM glitched a little bit for me. I'm not sure if you heard it. Yeah, well, you probably heard it because you're in the same feed as I am. So... Alright, so it's just a placeholder, so we can... let's see, we've got one tooth, then sort of like two, a little gap, and then another two. This might be too big. And my English skills are really put into a test with this conversation. Just a crackle. Right. I feel like the square teeth will work. However, I need to distort this a little bit better. And I'm not sure, maybe I go with a bit smaller teeth. Ooh, Eurobeat for the win. Da, 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 da. It's gonna be so exciting. Okay. So I think what I could do to duplicate this, here's where the wireframe mode works, because I can do this, then go here, and now we can start duplicating these. And a little bit more here. Gas, 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 I'm gonna step on the gas tonight. Hey, it doesn't look bad. What do you think? Wrong song, yeah. Yeah, yeah, obvious. I'll be your hero. All right. So now, what we can do, this works all right. However, I'm thinking that maybe the eyes, I'm gonna duplicate all of this. Alright, so we're almost done with this one, so what else could we be making? I don't know. Really close to hitting the notes, Mary. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even trying, I'm just enjoying myself and having fun, but... Gas, gas, I'm gonna step on the gas. Ba-da-da-da. Falsetto sing loudly as fuck. Eventually, we can get there eventually. Let's go to the... When we get to our karaoke stream, we can start actually hollering. Alright, so I'm gonna try... Yeah, I wanna see how this looks if we make the eyes negative instead of positive, because right now they are like a bump going outwards. Maybe the little pins would. I don't know. I know about the little pins, but I already worked so hard on the other ones, the ones she had before her birthday. Oh no, my heart! This song breaks my heart. Na 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 morning for the sun. Oh god. So I already worked very hard on the other ones and they were only used once. I think it would be fun to actually make those pins, but I think I would leave that as more of an eventually list. Because, come on, I made those pins, I worked like one full week on those little pins, and they're gonna only be used for 4 seconds of animation. It feels too sad. So I thought about the pins and I think we will eventually make them, but I'd rather stick to the ones we have right now because they're already made and I'm really proud of how they looked out. I still don't have any idea how I managed to actually paint the little turtle's face. It was so hard. And the eyes and the mouth was so tiny. I have no clue how I managed to make it. Oh, it's just fun to sing, but you have a real talent. You need to get out of your chest more. High notes. Yeah, probably should. Oh, I'm making a mess with the mic. Hope it doesn't sound weird. Doesn't have her old pins in a drawer somewhere. But yeah, but we can think about other things. So I thought about the harpoon, which doesn't have an official design, but we could sort of workshop one. There were a couple of things that I had on the list. I didn't even write it on a proper list, but I remember you suggesting stuff. So the harpoon is a good option, which I'm leaning towards, but yeah, I would like to hear more stuff from you guys. Whatever we could make for a fun animation. Too much your point of view. Pipes, yeah, pipes most definitely, but I don't think we need to work those in 3D. I feel like I can actually go and buy pipes and tubes and use those. So yeah, I feel like so I've been thinking about pipes, and yeah, I have a couple of those lying around. I can even paint a PVC tube, and also I have, remember the brass pieces? I feel like one of those could also work as pipes for her, so I'm not sure if it's very harpoon. She has a harpoon pin? Yeah, well, we could, if we make a harpoon, making a harpoon pin wouldn't be a big step. Yeah, it wouldn't be very complicated, I guess, just shrinking it down and maybe flatten it. Just flatten it a bit. Sock monster pen. That could be fun, but that doesn't sound like something we could be making, or we should be making in 3D. That sounds like more of a prop that's actually made out of cloth. We could work on that, but some describe. I mean, it could be just a generic sock puppet. One of those, maybe one Vidal sock puppets, like one of his programming socks. A very pink, very femboy-like sock made into a puppet. What else had you suggested? I remember you've said some stuff. So you have the... I guess we can move on to a harpoon, but... I'm trying to think what else... Alright, so I was gonna make them boolean here so we can subtract. Alright, so this is gonna give you a new face, but now the eyes are going inwards instead of outwards. Little duck. Ah, yes, I could make that little duck. That's a good one. I'm not sure how... Well, I mean, it's simple enough. I don't think it's more complicated than these little skulls. Alright, I'm not sure if I like these. What if I just subtract the shape itself? Yes, but you know, I'm not loving it. I want to try and actually just make it hollow, like an actual skull. So, right, let's do this one more time. Where's our group? Is it this one? Alright, so I've got a mess with my... So now I have a new group. Let's move it this way. I'm gonna try and actually, instead of doing that, okay, let's make this hollow. Right, so now you can't see anything, but let me cook. Forget.
Accessing hard drive, surrounded in a whirring sound, searching the archive, corruption of data and
Now. Right. Let's see, how thick is our wall right now? I can just see it if I... Just trying to see. Feels a little bit too thick. Let's get back and try and... How about now? Bit thinner. Okay, I'm liking this. All right. Inwards is good. Nails after would be better. Why are you not sculpting 3D for video games? Because I don't really love it, honestly. I mean, I guess I'm good enough to do that sort of thing, but I like getting my hands dirty. I like working with, you know, physical stuff. That's why I've always liked, yeah, all this crazy stop motion stuff. So I learned a lot of 3D in school, but I rather just take advantage of what I learned, but apply it to what I actually love to work on. So, oh god. Okay. Also, if I was an actual modeler, I would be the slowest modeler of the world. So it's taken me, what, 2 hours to do this silly little cat skull. And it's not even the right topology. So yeah, if you want to make things for 3D, you actually have to take care of the geometry. But because I'm making stuff for stop motion, I don't really care at all. So I just make a big mess with everything I have over here. Right? God. Let's see, can I go with the... Oh, there we go. Oh, that sucks. Alright. Am I missing one edge loop? No, it does look like it. Alright. Oh, no. Oh, this feels weird. Did I twist anything? No, it's fine. Alright. Let's go back. Let's see. Yeah, this looks alright. Ooh, weird stuff. What happened here? What on earth? Why are there duplicate faces there? Alright. No. Rare disease. Let's see if that works.
It's not in the way that you hold me. It's not in the way you say you care. It's not in the way you've been treating my friend. It's not in the way that you stay till the end.
Alright. Let's see if this works.
Hold the line. Love isn't always on time. Oh, oh, oh. Hold the line. Love isn't always on time. Oh, oh, oh. It's not in the words that you told me, yeah. It's not in the way you say you're mine.
No.
Ooh. me free. It's not in the way you look or the things that you say that you'll do.
See? Alright, much better. Oh my god, all this time just working on one single eye.
Hold the line. Love isn't always on time. Oh, oh, oh.
Now we just mirror this. Yeah, we're still in the center. Not sure how this happened, but I'll take it. -1. I didn't write that. -1. No! -1. There we go. 2 eyes, and now... alright, haven't seen the... Just had a thought, stop motion view. Yes, I've been thinking about that for a while, you know, but it's something that needs a lot of work, but believe me, I have thought about that. And you know, I used to think, oh my god, I'm the first person to think about a stop motion video game, but it's actually been done before. There are many stop motion video games. Oh, you wanna see some? Epic Games just announced one, which looks really, really great. I even backed these guys on Kickstarter. No, I'm sorry, they're not released, it's just published. They released a trailer. I remember backing this in Kickstarter, like during the pandemic, maybe. Alright, you'll have to go through a couple of ads. Sorry about that. Alright, you ready? This is a stop motion video game. Just shut up for a second, Nero.
Come on, follow me.
Hello.
So it's looking great. Please do not the Neuro. I'm not sure what that means. Probably your phone writing weird stuff again, I guess. Alright, in the meantime, we can make the hollow eyes and let's see how that looks. Oh dear god. Well, oh, it's the faces. Hehe. Maybe I should have worked on this before. So now I have the hollow head itself. However, I need to find a way to seal up all these little extra borders. So yeah, that's a cool game they're making in Finland, I think. And Yeah, it looks really. If you see, the previous title of the game was called Vocabulantis, and that's the project I actually. The nurse probably. Oh. Another game that used stop motion which is called Children of Clay. I think I've heard of that one too. Let's give it a look. Where did I leave my YouTube window? No. I think I closed it. Oh yes, Children of Clay. I actually thought of playing this one on stream because it looks really fun and it's already released and it seems like it's fairly short. It's this one. I don't want to really play a video because I actually want to. Is there a trailer?
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of
Very
all my
scary.
tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next,
List views are very scary. Ooh. Yeah, we definitely should play this on stream. I think it would be fun. And yeah, it's supporting Neverhood. It's the only one. Neverhood. So now we're going on our video, our stop motion video game tangent. Neverhood. Oh, not on YouTube. Oh yes, that's a classic. It's a very old one. I think those were what, Nintendo 64 or something. Yeah, it's sort of a classic. This is more like a point-and-click adventure, and I've never played it actually, but I've heard it's good. You just point and click and sort of solve some some puzzles and stuff. But the animation is really good. Look at how the arm moves. Let's see if we can go back. Look at that. So the arm goes up, all the way up, and then it sort of cracks back down, makes this very bendy motion. Look at this frame, look at how he makes this very exaggerated curves. Like you see the hand just going back. Oh my god. Breaking to play relevant videos, a very usually similar thing to do. Well, yeah, I don't know. I just like to see whatever you guys recommend, and you know, stop motion games is something that I'm really interested in. I've seen a couple of very cool things, but I've honestly thought that I would like to eventually make one myself, but I need time and I need a lot of experience. Call CG on that, on what? On this one? This is full stop motion. This is a classic. This is a very old game. The one that you could call CG on is Harold Hollywood. Yeah, so welcome to the rabbit hole. I'm always really been into stop motion and video games, so I know about many of them. So yes, you can I can easily get off track with. And more ads, blah blah blah. Or I'll wait for the ad to stop loading. So this is another stop motion game, which you might call CG on, because they do have a couple of tricks with photogrammetry and stuff. So yeah, it feels slightly less frame by frame, but I still like very much how it looks and how it feels. This one already released, but I haven't played it. But this one's a bit longer, so I'm not sure if it's a good idea to actually play it on stream. But yeah, I feel like when this game released, maybe photogrammetry wasn't where it needed to be in order for the game to actually look ideal. But it seems fun, and it's a fun idea, sort of reminds me of BioShock, the underwater city, and less violent, less shooty. It's more of a, I'm not sure if it's full point and click, but more of a talking to people and fixing stuff. I think you're an engineer or something, and you're trying to fix something in the city. Yes, it is very fluid because they use a lot of photogrammetry. So the thing is, they make the puppet, 60 frames stop motion. They make the puppet, and then the puppet, they 3D scan it, and that's what they put into the game. So it's weird. It's not exactly stop motion, but it's still an interesting idea, and I wouldn't think less of it just because it's not pure stop motion. I think it's an interesting proposal, but yes, I would rather have a very crisp, actually frame by frame animated game, like the one I showed you before, the one, what, the Out of Words game. That one looks really, really good. So trying to figure out, so I really like the hollowness of the eyes. I think I like this even more than both of those. And I can just drop a couple of drops of paint inside the head and make sure everything is dark. But now I need to figure out how I'm gonna stick all the teeth to this. I'm not sure if I'm that much of a maestro, but I really like all of this stuff. I'm a big nerd of what I've been doing for the last 10 years. So, and I enjoy sharing it. I feel like there's a lot of fun stuff out there that many people don't get to know because, well, the only things you hear about is the ones that pay millions of dollars to get published and advertised. And there's a lot of really good art that's out there, and it's not really heard of that much. All right, I think what I could do, the thing is, this complicates everything. Maybe not. This is really weird because usually the software itself is the one that hollows everything for me, like the 3D printing software. So if I'm not hollowing it there and I'm hollowing it here, I'm not sure if something weird might happen. But I think what we need to do is go back and actually merge the ears and the teeth to the head, and then do the hollowing once more. All right. So take that risk and go back. Okay, so we got this. I'm not sure if this will merge properly or not. I hope it does. Oh, so this is where you want to save, because if you do not save, this is going to crash and burn, and you'll have to start over. So I'm gonna save my file real quick, Command S. Right, movies get all the attention. There's some really good written movies out there. We were just talking about movie writing last time, right? Or was it just something I talked with someone else off stream? I remember I remember talking about The Incredibles and how it's extremely well written because everything goes towards one point, but I'm not sure if I did that on stream with you or if I was talking with someone else. Let me see. Okay, first I'm gonna add some geometry because this one's smooth enough, but these, they are all very polygonal, especially if I go to the single view like this. Yeah, they're pretty much little silly blocks, but we can smooth them out, so let's try that. What software am I using? Ocean Sea, welcome! Haven't seen you before. Welcome to our stream. This is Maya, the classic 3D software for 3D animation and all that stuff. I know Blender is also really popular, but I learned how to use Maya in school and I haven't really made that transition into Blender. I would like to eventually try it, but this is what I know, and if it's already taking long enough to make, it will take even longer to actually make in Blender. But yeah, so right now we're making this little sculpt from Evil's head, and we are working on just merging these pieces together in order to, right, so let's see if I can just combine these and merge. Oh no, I have to smooth these down. So I'm going to smooth, add a couple divisions. Animator, you're so well done. I cannot complain to this. What do you mean? I'm honestly not that good as a modeler. You should see. I learned alongside many very, very talented modelers, and they're a whole nother beast. So I mean, this looks okay and it's fun, and that's why I wanted to stream it, because I know it's good enough work. I'm not showing you how to make something terrible, but no. If I was a professional modeler, I would have this done in, I don't know, 10 minutes, not 2.5 hours or whatever long it's been. Anyway, let's merge this stuff. Let's see if it works. Please don't crash, please don't crash, please don't crash, please don't crash. Oh, we can go back to, it kind of crashed. What the hell is that? No, it's just hidden. No, not you. Yeah, it's kind of broken. All right, new plan. So this sort of thing that I always end up struggling with, because it's a very clunky way of making things, but because I'm not actually that much of a pro in modeling, I end up sort of winging it. Not you. Not sure if this was the right way to do this. I'm not sure if it will be too much information for the computer to handle. Let's give it a shot. It's all right. All right, so right now I'm doing a very cheap tactic that it would be considered an abomination for any other 3D modeler, but because this is for stop motion, I don't care about topology. So I'm just going to try and see if this actually works for my, oh no, this is gonna be a mess. I just remembered what I'm trying to do, and I'm pretty sure the computer is gonna crash. So let's give it a shot. Oh, what? Nope. So I'm gonna smooth this guy too, just to get a little bit extra vertices here and there. This is triangles, so let's make this triangles too. Now you and you Sure, I'll give it a read. I don't have a lot of experience with fanfic, so I'm not sure if I even know how to read the formatting itself. But yeah, I can give it a read. When was the last time you saved? A couple of seconds ago, right when I told you this was going to crash, I saved. You can see the little bar down here whenever I save. Look. Doop. Doop. It saves whenever I press Command S. So, all right, let's see. Is it gonna crash? Place your bets, chat. Is this going to explode in my face? All right, place your bets and one is for yes, so it's going to crash. Dolphin thinks it will crash. Bet won't crash, right? Let's see, 60% in. Aha! It is done, and it's not that broken. Now comes the fun part, because now what I'm gonna do. All right, so this is our new geometry, and then this is our eyes. Oh god. Let's group these, move them to the side. I always like when I'm modeling to actually make many different copies, because if I see something that doesn't work at all, I can just go back. Okay, so maybe these eyes don't work, but I can go back here and we've got back the negative eyes we made before. And yeah, so I save a lot of time of reworking stuff in case one branch doesn't work. And then in the end, I just delete everything and just keep the final piece around. Roman did. It crashes. It didn't crash, but now is the fun time, the fun moment. So, do you think this will crash? I'm gonna add, I'm not even sure if this will work at all. Yeah, now that I remember the crazy things I'm trying to make. Oh, God. All right, calm down. You can do this. Oh, dear God. Please. Survive, computer. You can do this. Now. No, the other way around. Go the other way. Maybe if I did this. So it's because it's a lot of geometry, my computer is having a bit of a struggle with it. But -1. No, -0.5. Is that too much? It is too much. All right, let's chill a little bit. 0.05. How about that? Oh, what's going on? Look at that beauty. But it didn't crash though, so I didn't lose the bet yet. All right. All right. Come on. I mean, this works, but I'd rather have it go the other way. So what if I place a negative sign here? All right. Now, how thick are you? Oh, I can see that in the... All right. Whoop. Control 1. All right. So this is way too thick. Oh, it's unreadable. Completely incomprehensible. No, it's not that thick. Look at that. That is. It seems about right to me. You can you see the edge? So you have the thickness of the object itself, here and there. Why am I doing that? Because I want the eyes to be hollow. Instead of having the eyes like this or like this, I want them to be holes, just like I did before, but before that, the ears and the teeth were separate pieces. Yeah, don't die. Everything I do feels like I'm gonna kill someone. But yeah, so before this, I made the holes. You saw them earlier. I think I did not save that one. That was bad. Oh yeah, because I had to go back. But yeah, so this, the last time we made the holes, we had the hollow eyes. However, the teeth and the ears were still separate pieces, and joining them to the geometry would have been very complicated in that state. So instead, I did it the other way around. So I first stuck the ears and the teeth to this, and now that I have this, I'm gonna make the hollow. Right, so let's try one smooth layer. Then we combine these guys into one object. Then we make it into triangles. All right, place your bets. Will this explode? This is the final. If we do this, we are done with the model. If it explodes, well, I have to try it again and try to figure out a way to make it. So, what do you think, chat? Is this going to work? This is the big final step. If this works, the head is done. If it doesn't, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Right, are you ready? So it's this one minus this one. Mesh booleans a minus b. All right, 3, 2, 1. Wait, I'll save before I'm gonna save, just in case. All right, this one minus this one, a minus b, booleans. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. So this is gonna take a while. So if you want to chat for about anything else while we're at it, this is gonna be a process. So well, what happened? Did something change in the screen? No, I think I'm just freaking out. But we're 40% there. You can see it in the bottom corner. Dude, we're all set. We believe in you. Thank you for believing in me. But don't believe in me. Believe in my computer. She's the one who needs the support, the love and support right now. She's calculating 1 million vertices a second. All right, we're 60% there. Outputting Boolean result. We are close. Let's see how this goes. 3, 2, 1. No, it's gonna take a while. But it hasn't crashed yet. Outputting the Boolean result. Just remember that I stopped the music and I haven't played it again. We can get back into a little bit of music. There it is! Did not crash. Now, did it work? That's another question in itself. Okay. Doesn't seem to be what the fuck. ¿Qué? A minus B. Alright, so it survived. That's a good thing. Alright, I see. This is not what I want. It's interesting. I'm not using the right operation. Because I'm subtracting this and it's doing that. But I don't want the interface to. Maybe. Alright, we have to go back. I'm gonna save, go back. It's gonna take so long. Oh, it didn't take that long. So this guy, I'm not sure if this is gonna make a difference, but let's see. If I select these faces, no, so it's all of them. That's weird. This shouldn't be connected to anything. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Is there another operation I could apply? Mesh booleans. Hole punch? Maybe this is what I'm looking for, I'm not sure it is. Mesh booleans. So if I make the intersection, I'm just gonna get a slice. If I make, what does cutout do? We're gonna have to maybe just try a couple of these. All right. So I'm gonna duplicate this again, just in case if something. This isn't working. And let's try out a couple of different operations. Okay, this and oh no. This and what? Why isn't it selecting both of them? There we go. Alright. Let's see if any of this works. Hole punch, whatever it is. Let's see how it does. Even a simple surface tutorial on 3D CG will be above most people's heads. At this point, most of us are just watching the show. Yeah, I know. I know that's a lot of people don't really know a lot about 3D modeling and animation, but I mean, I hope at least you're enjoying it, seeing me try and fail these weird things. But yeah, I know I have my way of moving through 3D animation software, but it's not. I wouldn't say I'm that much of a pro as I am in stop motion animation. I mean, it's hard for me to actually be sort of that. I don't know. I really don't like to brag, but I actually do think the puppets I make are of a really high quality and level. It's what I've seen in professional productions and what I've worked with in professional production. I do still have a couple of steps that I would need to take in order to really make it into that league, but I'm close to. So, okay, let's see. Will it break? Will it break? But yeah, so I feel like I can actually say I'm a pro when I'm working with stop motion animation, but 3D is, I'm sort of a weird user that has its way with it, but doesn't really master it fully. I feel like this would be easier if I used ZBrush probably, but I don't have a clue of how to use ZBrush. I've tried a couple of times, but it's very complicated software. Alright, let's see what we got here. Did it punch a hole? Alright, it did, but we have a couple of ears in there. Alright, so maybe that's something I didn't take into account. Bloop, bloop. Alright, so do you have ears inside of yours? That's the problem. And teeth too, I guess. So weird. Oh, well, yes, it just made the... Oh, I'm so dumb. Alright, so this is actually what we need. I just didn't realize I was being silly. But I think we can solve this pretty easily, maybe. Oh, I hope this doesn't crash into the wall. No, it shouldn't crash into the wall because... Alright. So all we need to do now is sort of open this. The stream is like watching shredder guitars make small mistakes. It's like Electro Boom. Yes, I might be like the Electro Boom of 3D modeling, just wing. Well, I know that guy really understands what he's doing. I'm not really that knowledgeable, but I'm pretty sure I can make stuff blow up. No, relax. Alright. So, I make sure that my soft collisions fall in the surface, alright. And I need to make sure it doesn't reach the outer... No, this is too much. What if I grabbed all of these? Oh, but also it's gonna... Why? Then we have to go back a couple of steps. I think that's gonna be the easiest route. Let's try this just for the lulz, but yeah, I feel like this might not be the best approach. But I think I've got it figured out. I mean, the teeth I don't mind. I still have a little bit of teeth in here, which it's not great, but it's alright. No one will see these, but this in the back, yeah, it does suck. Well, it's getting great. Yeah, it's going alright. Alright, so that's the problem. Let's try and see if we can solve that from the inside too. Where are you? Maybe if I do this. So many lines. Believe it or not, I sort of understand what I'm looking at right here. Right. Now let's give this a shot. And hopefully it won't distort. Right. I mean, that's alright, but I'm still not loving it. Alright, let's try to solve it back in the chain. So you, and you. Okay. So it's from back here. All right. So it's this one plus our sphere. No, not you. It's in group 6. Alright, this pulse here. This shift P. So it's this with this guy. So you two are coming with me. And now I need to sort of open up these. What I could do is actually just find the loop. Whoop. Okay. Let's see if I can find an edge loop. Quadrangulate. Object mode. And oh yes, I hate this. The only thing that I don't like about booleans is that they end up turning everything into a bunch of only wireframe, and that makes it very hard to work with. So I don't even know what I'm looking at most of the time. But let's see. No, not you. Alright. Oh, no, that's not gonna work. This is gonna be. Yep, that sucks. Alright. Welcome to my 3D stream, where I don't know what I'm doing most of the time. There has to be a way. I know! Yeah, I'm gonna cheese this. Alright, so you... It's gonna be so dumb. I'll duplicate you. Hopefully get... You know what? I don't need you. Get out. I can just use any of these. Alright, no. No, I actually need that one. Ah! God. But if I pick... Does this one actually work? Let's see. Yes, alright. So I'll delete this. If this works, it's gonna be incredibly stupid. Now, you. Welcome to my 3D stream where I show you how to solve things the stupid way. No. Oh. Yeah. Alright. So you go back to the center. Need you here. No. The center. Why aren't you going there? Oh, it's because of this. There we go. No. Okay. Front view. No, what are you doing? Oh. No. Side. Oh, this is front then. Right. Nah, I can't see anything. Seems like it is following the inner edge. Alright, what if I do this? Put my mouse here. No, it's not straight where I need it, but it's close enough. However, that's only one view. Yes, it's offset. Oh, God. So you and you. Nope, there. Now you go back here. Okay, so I can put this here, and then I can put this here. Yeah, this seems like it might work. Alright, so let's try another silly trick and see if this works. Oh, I haven't seen the comments in a while. Yeah, I want to be anywhere to try an artist to say you're an accomplished artist. No, nobody. We're all nobodies. And we're all artists, so don't worry about that. Yeah, I'm not gonna open it on stream because I feel like that would be a little bit not very. Yeah, it might be. You might not want that, so I'm just gonna read it after stream, I guess, right? So here's my silly solution to all of this. I'm just gonna grab these, subtract these, save before, and let's see if this works. Mesh booleans a minus b. Alright, fingers crossed. Doesn't look great, but it does not. It doesn't. No, it's broke. Alright, maybe it is because. Yeah, I expected that, so yeah, I'm not gonna open it. Maybe. Let's display river. This is very weird because I have to see which way the color of the faces are pointing to, and I can't because it's just wireframe. That's what happens when you do booleans, and that's why you shouldn't be doing booleans, but whatever. So let's try this one more time and see if it doesn't completely crash. Oh, and also, this is not great. I can fix that. Unless, what if face to do? No! Okay, whatever. So you... No, that's gonna be a problem later. Alright. So u minus u. Mesh booleans a minus b. Still not working. All right. It all has to do with the fact that it's hollow in a weird way. So if you see it carefully, you can see there's not 2 layers, but actually 4 layers. However, I'm not sure why there's 4 layers of thing. When I select one, it just doesn't leave. I guess because it joins at the edge or something. Yeah, so this might not be working. So we've got this. What is this? Oh, this already has too many. Right, so this is why you end up going back. It's good to have your backup pieces. Maybe I should have just dug the hole and then extrude it. Yeah, I feel like that would have been the best way to solve this. Alright. Just please make it regular topology. I don't want this red edges, they really mess me up. Alright, there we have some nice and gray geometries. And what have we got inside? How far back do I have to go? So you see, that's why it's good to keep your copies around. Alright, let's try this again then. Going all the way back, but I think I figure out the way to do this. Alright, let's smooth this. No. Let's copy this first. No, that's not gonna do it. Right, we'll go back to this part. So, do you have a hollow thing inside of you? No. Great. I feel like this is where everything went wrong. I just used a wrong topology in the original one. Alright, let's try this again. Smooth. Oh no, that's not gonna work. It's not gonna cut it. Alright. And we combine this. And now we can smooth it and it will go evenly. 3, let's leave it at 3. Now it's gonna be too many geometries. This one feels alright. I feel like we can cook with this and this and go back. Alright, you and you. Oh, this is back when I didn't do the... No, it's fine. We can roll with this. Alright. Ah, mesh booleans. Union. Please work. No, I didn't seal it. Alright. We'll have to wait for this to end, or for the process to end, and then we'll have to redo this because this was not the right option. It looks alright. But yeah, there's mistakes over here. Yeah, alright, let's go back. So the reason why that happens is because all of these pieces aren't sealed. Weird stuff happens. So I'm gonna seal the inner parts of all of these with a very simple fill hole, fill hole, and more filling holes. That was not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Yeah, there we go. Now we triangulate this because if not it's gonna do weird stuff. Looks terrible, but those are exactly the faces that I don't want to see anymore, so it's fine. Alright, you minus you. No, I'm gonna triangulate you too. No. Well, mesh. Let's make another copy. There's never enough copies. How many cat skulls do you think we'll be ending? We'll be having in the end? I think maybe 25 sounds like a good number to me. Let's see. So you and you mesh boolean union. Right, fingers crossed. Let's see if this works. 21. Worst path, cat skull don't even look like that. Yeah, well, I think that's better. If she had actual cat skulls, it would be a little bit creepy. I mean, yeah, of course, skulls don't have ears. Ears are yeah, they don't have any bones. But well, whatever. That's just part of the design. All right, we got green. All right, this is something that sometimes happens in Maya. It's a weird thing that happens, but green is better than nothing at all. So we can keep going on with this. Just sign back to our original material. This is not our original material, but there we go. Right, this seems okay. Let's watch the wireframe. All right, there are still a couple of teeth back here. I don't know why. One tooth. Why is that one there? All right, let's hope it still works anyway. All right, so we have this mesh, and we're gonna use this. Let's smooth this guy a couple times. Boop, boop. Nope. All right, maybe too much. I don't know. Let's. This. I like this sort of pattern that it gets. I'm not sure why the software makes it like this, but I like how it looks. No, it's too much. I'm gonna reduce this geometry. Alright, this seems like enough. Now triangulate. Bloop. Why didn't you? Let's go. Make some triangles for me. Alright, now we're gonna make this and this and try the other tool that we discovered. Oh no, we're gonna and this mesh booleans. Was it? We used hole punch, right? Not cut out. Alright, let's try hole punch. But what about cat girl skulls? That might be. I'm not sure how cat girl skulls would work. They probably, because some cat girls have 4 ears and some other cat girls only have 2. I don't know, it's a mystery. Right. All right. Seems like it's working. All right. I think this might be the final stretch. Sort of a weird effect around it. I'm not sure if there's such a weird patterning happening, but it's alright. This is the only thing that might do weird stuff, but maybe if it's down there, no one will notice. Alright, Let's see if this works. I think I'm gonna go extra thick because the tooth is not doing. Yeah, the tooth is doing weird stuff. Can you see it? No, it's not. No, yes, there it is. Look at that. Look at this. Okay, go back. It's the only missing piece. That's teeth over here. What if I just delete a couple of faces? Oop, oop, oop. No. I've never heard this song. Is it Neuro singing in Chinese? How do I? Oh, I know. I can do this. No. This is how a professional selects their faces. She did a concert? Like an actual concert? I didn't know that. I thought Vito was just barely trying to get one concert. If I delete this face, is it still stuck? Never seen JoJo's, but I've heard the song a million times. Seems like I already screwed up. This, I don't want this. Yeah, I could just close it. How far back did that happen? I'm a little bit too late on comments. It has been or recognize Chinese. I don't know, just sounds like Chinese. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I think it was more sort of the melody. It sounded very Chinese to me. The song I remember from it was much faster, but you hear a bunch of other songs I hadn't heard before watching the streams. Virtual Content had rendered the stage and had a super scuffed conversation with each other at one point. Accents are like hearing familiar sound from different instruments in different languages, like in a song. I always found accents interesting, but I feel like I'm not very good at recognizing them. Alright, seems like we went far enough back. We recovered our little face back here. Ugh. We are almost there. Alright, maybe. Let's see if this works. Back to comments. Stas has the upload called the Neuro Bilibili concert. Oh, okay. I'll have a look at that eventually, I guess. Would you be willing to practice accents for fun? I don't know if I don't know if I could. I feel like I can't really. I don't know. I can distinguish accents, but I feel like I cannot really replicate them. Let's see if this works. Keep me thinking that we almost had it all. Your love will leave me. What am I doing? In the deep. Let's see if this works. What the hell? Could have had it all. Those are some very specific words per language myself. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't even know which words to use. I'm just... Alright, let's see if this works. It's doing some weird stuff with the eyes. See, it's just leaving them back there. What if we go the other way? This wasn't a problem a couple of minutes ago. Alright. I want to do something that I usually do not like to do, but let's see. Oh, this is gonna be a mess. No, because this is the other one. I have to go back to this. Alright. Oh, no. Now that I think about it, this is going to crash the software. Alright, what if we go back here? I need to make sure these stupid teeth do not make anything weird. That's all we need. If only they were properly made. Hola, my llama I don't know. Probably for starters, what? I think anyone can do an accent. You just have to use the accent for the other language in your language. This is probably the first song that really showed the difference between Evil and Neuro singing at the time, to me. Do you mean this one? Because I'm not sure how long have I been without looking at each other. I'm sort of locking in with this, and I'm really struggling. Okay, how do I fix these? What if... No, it's just gonna break everything. Well, maybe that's why it's doing that. Okay. So, new plan. I don't know what I'm doing. So you Nash Booleans unit. Yep. And you the group. We go over here. We've got these and this. Now we'll try and merge this two. At least now we've got... This is a mess too. Well, let's see if it works. Great, looks perfect. It's exactly what I need. Those teeth are What's breaking this? What if I just triangulate this? Triangulate. Now you and you, mesh, booleans, union. Okay, okay, we're getting somewhere, aren't we? Now you and you. You see, this is the part that if you showed this to an actual modeler, he's just gonna laugh at whatever I'm doing, because I've been struggling with this boolean for hours. But hey, I would like to see that modeler making a silicone mold. Then I'm the one who's gonna be laughing. So close. What if I just delete this face? There are not that many.
Another wonder in the night. Let me paint the view. Color the town with my light. For every moment shared with you, night in the day. You're never fully gone. Going to be back again. Until the coming of the dawn.
Oh. Green again. Okay. Is this stuck to the other faces though? Ish. Delete. What is this? Okay, it's the teeth itself. Comments? Could delete entire that tooth and copy paste another into a spot. The thing is already combined and it's part of the geometry itself. Nope, what are you doing? It's part of the geometry itself. So that's why I cannot just remove it. I would have to go back to before and I would probably just end up with the same problem again. At least that's how I understand it. Let's see if this works. So this seems to be, oh, what is that? What is that? What is that? Mesh booleans, whole bunch. Let's see if this works. Alright, seems like it's working. It's alright. The tooth is weird, but it's okay. Just to make sure, delete a couple of these. Yeah, I think this is what it was struggling, because it's two teeth, one against the other. That's where the algorithm goes like, oh, what should I do here? And it ends up just skipping it. It says, I'll just ignore this tooth. Because Maya is just as lazy as I am. Alright, ready? If this works, we might be done this time. Peace. Wow. For example, Hola, me llama Pipi. I'm an accent fanatic. I love mimicking accent. Problem is that you get a good accent. People expect you to speak the language perfectly. Humor, I speak Inglés con perfección. I'm not sure if I speak it well. I mean, I speak it fluently, but I feel my pronunciation goes a little bit weird here and there. Accent is more of a buff than a debuff. Alright, that works for me. Hopefully it keeps working for us in the future. Erickson's more buff than a debuff. Rats was hoping it was somehow still separate later. But it's good to be able to voice act. And that's something I might want to improve on. I don't know, it feels like it would make more interesting streams that I could. I'm not saying fully voice act, but I've seen that many of the many good streamers are really good at voice acting and they can do dubbing and, well, not really maybe professional dubbing. Crony is a professional dubber, I think, but yeah, it helps. It helps make interesting streams, especially when you're playing games and you have to voice different characters. I feel like that helps a lot. Alright, did I press E? Not sure why I'm asking that. You wouldn't see my keyboard, but I'm gonna try this once more. Las enchiladas verdes. You want me to get into very Mexican arriba, whatever things. Alright. Ugh, that sucks. So close, it's so stupidly close. So all of this looks great, but there's a couple of junk here. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna live with this. I'm just gonna move the edges of whatever weird stuff is going on back here to the front. And we're gonna be done. Alright, let's see if I can. There's no extrude yet. No, there is. Face E. What if I change it to thickness? This works. How about 0.01? Now let's go into the negatives. No. Negatives. I think the extrude was better. You know what? I'm just gonna and do this. A bit more. Oh my god, did we do it? Does it look good to you? Just kidding, it's all flipped over, but we can just do this. Reverse. There we go. I think it is done. So you have the hole in here. Seems alright. The inside, it's a little bit scuffed, but I don't really care about that. I think it's fine. And what about the teeth? It did look fine to me from the inside too. So yeah, maybe this was the right solution all along. It's a little bit yeah, it's not perfect, but it's working. I feel like having the edge in sort of an angle makes them look angrier, right? You guys look a little bit... It's like they have... How do you call those? Eye bags?
Acento es como amarillo. En inglés es amarillo, no amarillo.
But amarillo. Amar. Yeah, it worked. Just stuck thinking about the word amarillo now. I think the D is just... Yeah, I wouldn't put the D in there. I'm not sure if that was a typo or not. But yeah, amarillo. That's how we usually say it. Amarillo. Right, so it feels like now comes the final test. We are gonna grab this and throw it into our 3D printing software. Hope I don't dox myself with my menu. And if this works, we are good to go. Right. Let me save real quick. The school, here, here. All right. It's exporting right now. Once it's done, I'm gonna go back to G2Box, which is my preferred 3D printing software. It's not that I've tried too many, but it's the one I've used for a while. It's worked for me, so I don't know if there's any need to change. I've heard of other good software, but yeah, for resin printing, I feel like this is sort of one of the best out there. Oh my god, 4 hours! This is the longest stream ever. And I thought this was gonna be a quick one. But we had a lot of things tonight. I only bother with accents because you have the voice. The voice. Should be voicing characters. Let's practice your good accents. I mean, it's fun. I mean, look, I've been thinking that we could be... Eventually. Right now I still have a lot of things to figure out and work on and stuff, but I would like to actually play stuff. Like, I wouldn't put animation to the side. Animation is sort of my stick and I want to keep doing it. But I would like to actually, I don't know, play games and do more stuff once the community starts to grow. Just enjoy a little bit more the streams and not make them 100% work. And when I do that, maybe I can sort of, I don't know, voice characters, you know. I've seen many people play it. When they're playing, they're just, yeah, they make different voices for different characters. That's something I could probably try and wouldn't, but I mean, it's weird. I wouldn't just make random voices while I'm working. That feels like out of my RAM capacity. But yeah, I wouldn't mind. And I actually feel like learning voices is something that could be helpful to me. Maybe, I'm not sure if it's of any particular use right now. This is a little bit slower than it should. I'm a little bit concerned. But well, let's see. But yeah, I would have fun making voices and doing that sort of stuff. But yeah, I don't know, we can do that one step at a time, I guess. This is becoming concerning. This shouldn't be taking this long. Come on, come on. At least we saved before doing the export, I think. So if this crashes, should be fine. Come on, it's not that heavy, right? I've worked with heavier topology. Let's see, I'm gonna go to the folder and see if it's alright. It's alright here, but I'm not sure if it's finished exporting. Hit me up for accent lessons if you want. You know where to find me. I think we can. Well, I mean, it sounds fun, but I wouldn't go full on into lessons. But if I ever end up doing voices and stuff, you can sort of coach me from the chat. I feel like that would be good enough for me. I mean, I'm not going to be very, how do you say it? How do you say that? Very demanding with my own voice work. But yeah, some feedback will always be welcome. What is going on? So I'm not sure what's going on, that whenever I do stuff, my screen seems the same, but sometimes I see the OBS go back into my wallpaper. Again, sounds fun, but I don't have that much spare time to actually fully work on lessons and having time for training and all that stuff. I'll just do it organically in the meantime. If I ever think it should be useful, maybe I can call you up and actually take it a little bit more seriously, but right now, it's fine. This is stuck. Right, let's see if this one works. Open. I'm not sure if this is gonna work. Oh, it's undersized. Yes. I feel like no, there's nothing in here. Still not done or something. Ooh. You're ouch as fuck. I'm not sure when I'll be there, but yeah, sure. Of course. I will. What is going on? Right, I feel like might be time to kill Maya. Too bad. Time for the task manager. I'll practice with evil sounds and what does the fox say? That sounds like a good idea. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Come on, Maya. You know what I should have done? Maybe I should have just deleted history and that would make the topology a little bit less heavy, maybe? I'll try that as soon as this opens in 2 years. I feel like I should end stream, but I'm already too committed. I feel like I cannot end stream without finishing this godforsaken little skull. But I wouldn't mind if you need to leave because it's late already. But yeah, we are finishing this tonight. So we might be stuck here in this white void for a while. Maybe we can go back to YouTube. Do you want to check out something on YouTube in the meantime? I'm not sure if that will take resources from the computer. Oh, please load. Don't want to bitch till it's steam through. Great, so we're gonna make this through together. However, we'll have to wait. Anyway, in the meantime, yeah, maybe we can wait for this. I'm Yoroshi now. Just a little painting with glasses and a Dragon Flame controller. Come on, chop, load. I did not take into account all the time it would take for this to open. It's gonna take a while. Also, it's fun that I've been seeing sort of, I feel like there's some new lurkers popping in and out of the stream because I see the numbers sort of go up and go down, go up and go down, which I find interesting. It's not usual we see this sort of pattern in users. It's Evil's birthday? Wow. I'm so flattered. Glad you like this. I'm really glad you enjoyed this. Especially that you enjoyed the process. I feel like, I don't know, there's a lot of people who love this, but there's a lot of people who don't really care about it. And it makes me happy to actually reach to the people who love what goes behind all of this, like all the hard work that goes behind making a silly little cat girl skull. Alright, we are in. Alright, so I'm gonna make another file just as a backup. And now I'm gonna delete all the history just to make this file much lighter. And if you do not have history, it might be easier to work. There we go, no history. And Swarm FM just stopped. By the way, how did you see stream tonight? Did it become choppy like last time, or is it working all right? Is it better than before? Come on. Oh, it's important, but the process is important. And I feel like sharing the process is very important too. I want more people to know how it's done and to make it. It would make me very happy to see more people making stop motion. Alright, so let's give this one more shot. File, export selection, and stop. Oop. You can do it. Alright, it's loading. It's gotta be loading for a while. What do you want to chat about? It's only one crackle thing, like at the beginning there was also a couple of issues, right? Forgot stream. Then you hopefully you didn't just black out in the middle of the stream. So come on, this should be faster than the other one because I deleted all history. This should not take that long. Well, let's see how it goes. If not, well, it might, yeah, be a while. We're gonna see this. Let's see it through. But yeah, what could we do in the meantime? Come on. Just one fam. No single null drops, that's great. Good to know that it's finally that the stream failures are sort of slowing down. Come on, Maya, you can do this. Oh, right here. What am I doing? Okay, so when I open sort of the available windows here, you end up looking at my wallpaper. How? Why? First when I do it here. Oh, first when I did it there. I don't understand. No, look at. I become embarrassed. There. So if I go here, so if you go to the same window that you're actually using currently, that's when the other, yeah, that's where you can see my wallpaper. There they are. This is weird. I don't know why Windows 11 does this. Thank you. Yeah, I really like the wallpaper. I have different Splatoon wallpapers on both screens. Come on, please. Don't know lyrics to this one, but I enjoy it. I haven't even seen Oshinoko. There's no way this is just, I don't know, not exporting. It should be working. I mean, the model is fine. Yeah, that happened to me too. I had known the song for years probably, and then I just realized that it was from Oshinoko, but I've never seen it. And whenever people have tried to explain the plot to me, it's even more confusing. It's like, I don't know, something about reincarnations and the sons of the children of an idol. It's weird. It's really, at least what people tried to explain to me about the plot sounds weird, but it's fairly popular, so I guess it must be good. And the song is a real banger. Maybe we should try another approach. I don't wanna though. What? Kinda get why people like it, but it's not one of for my tastes. I don't even know what it's about, so yeah. Alright, by 11:15 this hasn't loaded, we'll have to try again. Right, 3 minutes more, and if it doesn't load, then I'm gonna kill Maya and try this again. I feel like I might have an idea of how to solve this. I'm not sure if I underestimate it, I just don't know. Haven't fully sang out loud in the middle of stream. Just focused on the computer. But yeah, Whoa. My process with no progress bar, anxiety inducing, yep. Yeah, maybe now that you say it, there should be a progress bar here, shouldn't it? It's down here. Ah, stupid Windows 11, hate you. So it seems like the signal is starting to drop, at least in my screen. It says that we are losing. We're a little bit under the recommended bit rate. Come on, come So how do I make this? No, that. I'm gonna punch the hole and I'm gonna make those. You're gonna dare me to sing a song? I'm not sure if I can fully sing a song right now. I'm also a little bit on the trying to alright, it's 11:15. We should kill this, but I'll gladly sing a song eventually. Maybe not tonight. I'm already starting to flip out with all this silly little issues. Right, bye, Maya. Let's go back. How do I fix this? So make that, and then I mash up this. Doors are better. Sure. I also prefer doors to windows. They're easier to walk through. Doors OS. Come on, come on. I should delete a couple of things because this is challenge to drop. Yeah. Maybe you might need a glass of water. TPMDGRP, I don't know what that means. How do I sort this out? How do I make this thing work? What about have you drunk water in the past 4 hours? Yes, I have what? How do you call this? Water dispenser, like, right next to me. So yeah, I have a glass of water right here. I had a cup of coffee when we started stream. Submitted channel points. Drink it, puto. Drink the water? Yeah, I already finished the glass. I'll pour some more then. By the way, also, this mic really has a long battery life. Been here for a while. What a fitting song. So I might delete this. I've had much more complex props that have given me much less of a struggle than this one. Alright, we are back. So first I'm gonna delete a bunch of stuff because I feel like this is making the file extremely heavy, and that's what's not helping me. Right, so what we got here? This original face, this is the face, the eyes, and we merged this stuff together. So maybe, and here's what we merged. Yes, here's our original. This is all we need. All right. So first, let's see. Combining all of these and smoothing them out. I'm gonna go with a lower smooth, and maybe I'll end up smoothing the rest because I'm tired of waiting that much. And now you. What is this? Yes. Okay, maybe I understand why stuff was taking so long. Now, how do I... Marry mi español es mal. It's that no American has real education. Rely on people like you. That sounds controversial in the right context. I don't have a clue. I still don't really understand a lot how Twitch in general works. So I don't know about all those point systems and sub goals, and well, sub goals sort of I understand, but I don't know. I haven't really thought about that yet. I've been thinking of actually starting to stream in both platforms, but I'm still, well, I need a couple, probably a little bit of advice on how to actually do that, because I feel like it's a bit of a process, and I wouldn't know how to deal with two chats at the same time. I'm not sure if there's any sort of interface for me to merge those chats. But yes, I hope eventually we get into that. No American. Alright, so we have this. How do I remove? What if I do this? And I hate booleans because they give so much trash. You and you. Ooh, bad apple. Look, why do you do this? Ah! It's so annoying. I'm gonna change the name of this video to Stop Motion Animation Struggles with a Simple Skull Model for 4 hours, 5 hours. Maybe I can do this. Alright, just I can keep this. It's great. Why? Ah. God. I mean, this and this should also work, like mesh booleans union to the freaking union. Where is alright, looks alright, yeah, great, but if I go inside there's gonna be a freaking tooth inside. Two! Now it's two! Alright. I'm gonna use the powers of Bad Apple. I can do it. I know I can. Oh, I have balloons right here. You're doing it for me. Why? Alright, I don't care. As long as you work, I guess. So you and you mesh booleans union. Did it work? Did it finally work? Oh my god! Alright, so now you and you combine. And you... No, what? Oh yeah, because I combine. Now you and you... Alright, so we have no weird teeth. Wait, this is tricky, but don't mind that. No, this didn't work. What? Did I undo something? Oh yeah, there it is. I don't know why it's before or what? Alright, anyway. So we have this, and we go inside. Alright, teeth look fine. This might be, thank you, Bad Apple. Alright. Alright, everything seems good. Alright, let's try this once more. And D, Shift P. And now we group this, and we are going to duplicate the group and move this guy. And go over here. Are you ready? So grab this and then this. No, what? What's going on? What do I have here? There's something else I don't want here. My mouse is doing weird stuff. Okay. What is this? This works. I don't want you. What do I have? Two. No, sphere. This looks like the same. Let's watch from the inside. Control 1. Alright, so this and this. Seems alright. And this one seems alright. Alright, so the other one can go disappear forever. Now you and you punch. Now, nah, it's fine. I'm just gonna triangulate this. Object mode. Could it be? Right, ignore this. It's a little bit scuffed. And the teeth are still doing weird stuff, alright. But I remember how to bypass the weird stuff in the teeth, and that was by triangulate and just shrink this guy like this. Mesh display, reverse. Could it be? Could we have actually done it? Looks a little weird from here, but it's gonna be alright when printing. I can sand this stuff down. Or we do not have to go back. Alright, maybe we can try smoothing this. A little weird around the ears, but it's a little bit better than before. And now this guy too. One. Whole bunch. I haven't even taken a single look at chat in a while. I'll do that in a second. I'm kinda cooking here. Alright. Bad apple word. You're an actual teacher. Use part of the song. You can do it. Few streamers I've watched who multi-stream chronically forget one of the chats. My cable just opted out. I'll see you when I can afford you. Alright then, see you later, Automaton. Good luck with the hangover. Bad Apple worked. I need to see how close the Neuroverse is to Bad Apple animation version. That'll be really fun. How many characters do you need for Bad Apple? No, wait, I'm doing weird stuff. I'll go with a little bit thicker than it should, just because I don't know if the 3D printer software is gonna do something weird, so rather have it be thick. Alright, moment of truth, mesh display, reverse, it looks alright now. Mesh. No, wait. File. Export selection, please work this time. Nope, not you. Skulls. Alright, it's exporting and it's already done. Took 1 second. That's how it works when you actually know what you're doing. Alright, let's go back to Cheeto Box. Open. What am I doing? It's doing weird stuff. There it is. It's perfect. And it's stupidly tiny. Alright, let's go solve that real quick. Find my face, you, alright. Now, how big do we need this? Let's go with 20. No, this is too big, but it looks alright. 10. This looks good. And it's already hollow, so I only need to put a couple of supports. Perfect. Oh my god, I feel like I'm in high school. Right, seems like it's working. So this guy is 1 centimeter. Feels alright. It feels a little bit larger than Evil's actual skulls. I think the real ones might need... I always, you know, I struggle a lot with scale in this software in particular. Because, I don't know, you only see a little model and a huge build plate, but it's really hard to actually grasp the size of what you're printing. Yeah, it's hard to even communicate, but Hole I've made a Bad Apple video? I didn't see that one. I'll have to look for it later on. But so this seems alright. I will have to figure out the scale maybe later. You know what? Nah, let's finish this. We're already in too deep, so let's go with... I want to make both of them. I want to make 1/8. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you know what? Forget it. I'm just gonna make 2 for now. Alright, so this guy, I'll be turning around. Usually when 3D printing, the faces that are looking up the most are the ones that best are gonna print. So I'm gonna try to do this so that all of the faces here in the back end up terrible, but this one's not okay. However, let's go with the scale and change this one to 10. We have both versions. And let's move this back here. Rotate the same. There we go. And add a couple of supports. I like those red colors. So red means it's not gonna be printing because it's too... So I'll put one support there, right there in the middle. And so the important thing here is you need to make sure there are no islands, that surfaces don't pop up out of nowhere. This is alright. Now we get over here. See how the teeth grow. I wouldn't say this is so much of an island, because it has support. It's stuck to the side itself. So here you can see how the teeth begin to pop out, but it seems alright to me. Goes up. Seems alright. I don't see like there's gonna be any sort of weird island thing here. still think it might need a little bit extra support in the back, so I want to add a couple of medium-sized supports though, especially if they get... What the hell? Why does that happen? The good thing is that I don't care at all if the back ends up being a mess. I can just quickly sand it, or, well, it's going to be glued to the ribbon itself, so it's not going to be very noticeable. Alright, so that's our first one supported. Now let's support this one. I'm going to have to make a couple of holes also for them, but that we can also handle. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. And just one final detail you always need: a tiny hole. Oh god, this is not tiny at all. Alright, let's go smaller. No, not that small. This small. In the bottom, as close as you can to the back, because you need it for the air to come out. So yeah, just poop, poop. And this should be ready to print. So yeah, Control P and we're done. Is anyone else still here, or am I talking to a wall right now? We're still on 7 viewers, so I guess there's people here. 07 robot. We'll see you again eventually. So yeah, we've got this and it's already set to print. Once you hit slice, no wait, you hit slice, here is the entire model. Oof, it's extremely thin. Hope it prints. The small one will probably print. The other ones, I'm not sure. It's very, very small. But alright, feels like we are done. Thank you everyone who stayed all the way. It was fun. A very eventful night. I thought this would be a simple stream, but it turned out to be quite crazy. However, we did it. We managed to make our little skull thingies, and we can, yeah, get into working with something else. So I'm gonna print, oh yeah, now that I have these already set, now I can duplicate them. So now I have 2 of each, and this is gonna print fairly fast. Yeah, 1.5 hours, but my printer's a bit slow, so I think if this says 1.5 hours, it's gonna be about 2 hours. We are not gonna stay for that. I'm not sure if I'm gonna print tonight. I might print tomorrow morning because I'd rather not right now. But well, we did it! We managed somehow. If someone, a modeler, ever sees this and gets the laugh of his life because I struggled so much with such simple model, you're welcome. Alright, well, thank you everyone for stopping by. Thank you, I really appreciate it. This was a long one, but it was fun, I had fun. Hope to see you eventually. Well, we could spend a little bit of time. Let's do this. Let's get close and personal. Transition. Hello. Alright, so probably many of you are just gonna go to sleep, but I'm not gonna not raid anyway. So let's see who is raidable tonight. Oh, alright, so I had set Dokibird at the beginning of the stream, and seems like she's still online, so I guess Dokibird. I'm not sure how long is she going for, but alright. Wanna go with Dokibird? Trying to kill Levelant and lighting orb. Yes, exactly like that. It's just locking in and trying to figure something out until you see it through. However, the stupid orb took him like 20 minutes at most, right? This took me hours. Alright, so yeah, I'll send you to Dokibird. Is that alright? Alrighty then. So let's go to the closing curtain just for a second. And then you are going straight to Dokibird's channel. Say hi, my evil puppets. Alright. See you. Thank you for staying by. Hope to see you next time. Bye bye.